Death came with a syringe in the dead of night. She wasn't hunting monsters. She was one. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story is darker than the last, and the truth is colder than fiction. I'm so glad you're here, no matter where you're tuning in from. I see you, and you're part of this family. These stories are made for those who crave truth in the quiet hours. But without subscribing, liking, or commenting, they won't reach as far as they should. A simple like or comment helps the channel thrive, allowing me to share more untold truths. If these stories speak to you, take a moment to show your support. It means everything and keeps the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed here. This is the story of Heather Presty Crimes, the angel of death who wore scrubs. They called her a caregiver, a healer, someone who eased suffering and brought comfort to the dying. But behind the sterile white walls of nursing homes across Pennsylvania, Heather Presty played God with a lethal cocktail of insulin. She didn't wait for death. She delivered it. 17 victims. 17 lives stolen by the very hands meant to protect them. This is the story of a nurse who turned medicine into murder, compassion into cruelty, and trust into the ultimate betrayal. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadow of America's most prolific healthcare serial killer. A woman who smiled while she killed, who cared while she calculated, and who proved that evil doesn't always announce itself with fangs and claws. Sometimes it wears scrubs and carries a clipboard. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Heather Presty wasn't born a monster. She was born in the Rust Belt heartland of Pennsylvania, where factories shuttered and communities withered, where hope felt like a luxury few could afford. She grew up ordinary, painfully, invisibly ordinary, the kind of person who blended into crowds, whose yearbook photo you'd scroll past without a second glance. But somewhere beneath that unremarkable exterior, something dark was germinating. Something patient, something hungry. She chose nursing. Of course she did. What better profession for someone who craved control over life and death? What better mask than the white uniform of mercy? The healthcare system welcomed her with open arms, desperate for workers willing to care for society's forgotten. The elderly, the infirm, those warehoused in facilities where families visited less and less until they stopped coming altogether. Presty moved through nursing schools with adequate grades. Nothing spectacular, nothing alarming. She wasn't the star student who earned accolades, nor was she the troublemaker who raised red flags. She existed in that dangerous middle ground where mediocrity provides perfect camouflage. Her instructors would later struggle to remember her at all. Quiet, they'd say, kept to herself, the kind of descriptors that make your blood run cold in hindsight. Her first job came at a long-term care facility in western Pennsylvania. The kind of place where beige walls absorbed decades of despair, where the smell of disinfectant fought a losing battle against the stench of decay, where televisions droned endlessly in common rooms filled with residents who stared at screens without seeing. This was the kingdom where Heather Presty would build her throne of corpses. The elderly residents trusted her immediately. She had that quality, a practiced gentleness, a seemingly genuine warmth that made fragile hands reach for hers. She learned their names, asked about their children, admired photographs of grandchildren they rarely saw. She became indispensable, the nurse who always volunteered for extra shifts, who never complained about the backbreaking work of turning bedridden patients or the soul-crushing monotony of dispensing medications. But behind those caring gestures lived something else entirely. While other nurses rushed through their rounds, exhausted and overwhelmed, Presty lingered. She watched, she studied, She learned which residents had frequent visitors and which had been abandoned to die alone. She memorized medication schedules, security camera blind spots, shift change patterns. She was mapping her hunting ground with the precision of a predator. Her weapon of choice was insulin, brilliant in its simplicity. Insulin was already present in most facilities, used legitimately to treat diabetic residents. A few extra units wouldn't raise immediate suspicion. The symptoms of insulin overdose, confusion, sweating, rapid heartbeat, loss of consciousness, could easily be mistaken for the natural decline of elderly patients already battling multiple health conditions. And if they died, well, they were old. They were sick. Death was expected, even welcomed by some as a mercy. Presti began experimenting. Small doses at first, just enough to cause distress but not death. She wanted to see how the body responded, how long it took, what symptoms manifested. She was refining her technique with the cold precision of a scientist conducting lab trials. Except her test subjects were human beings who trusted her completely. The first murder, and make no mistake, it was murder, happened on a night shift. The victim was an elderly woman, diabetic, with limited mobility and no family visits for months. Presti entered her room at 3 a.m. when the facility was at its quietest, when other staff were catching stolen moments of rest, when security was minimal. She prepared the syringe with practiced efficiency, drawing up a dose of insulin far beyond therapeutic levels. The woman stirred as Presti approached. "It's just your medication," Presti whispered, her voice dripping with false comfort. "This will help you feel better." The needle pierced skin. The plunger depressed. The poison entered the bloodstream. Presti didn't leave. She pulled up a chair and watched as the woman's breathing changed, watched as confusion clouded her eyes, watched as tremors began, as consciousness faded, as life itself started its terrible retreat. This wasn't mercy. This wasn't euthanasia. This was murder for the sake of murder, killing because she could, because she wanted to, because in that moment she held absolute power over another human being. The woman died within hours. The death certificate listed natural causes, complications from diabetes and old age. No autopsy was ordered. No investigation launched. The body was cremated within days. Perfect. And Heather Presti had tasted blood. The kills came faster after that. One every few weeks at first, then one every few days. She grew bolder, more confident. She began targeting residents who were healthier, who should have had years left to live. A man recovering from hip surgery. A woman with mild dementia but otherwise strong vital signs. A veteran who still walked independently and cracked jokes with the staff. Their families were devastated. He was doing so well, they'd sob. She was getting better. But the doctors would shake their heads solemnly and explain that elderly patients often decline rapidly, that hidden complications can emerge without warning, that death at this age, while tragic, wasn't unexpected. Presti attended some of the memorial services. She signed condolence cards. She hugged grieving daughters and sons, whispering practiced platitudes about their loved ones' final moments. They didn't suffer, she'd lie. They just slipped away peacefully. And she felt nothing. No guilt, no remorse, only satisfaction. Between murders, she lived an utterly mundane life. She went grocery shopping. She paid bills. She maintained a social media presence filled with inspirational nursing quotes and photos of her pets. She complained about her job like any other overworked healthcare worker. She was hiding in plain sight and it was working perfectly. But patterns emerge. Bodies pile up. And eventually, even the most invisible predator leaves traces. Some of the deaths began attracting attention from other nurses. Whispers started in break rooms. "Did you notice Mrs. Patterson died on Heather's shift? That's the third one this month." But whispers aren't evidence. Whispers are just paranoia, just overworked staff looking for patterns where none exist. At least that's what administrators told themselves, because investigating meant paperwork, meant potential lawsuits, meant admitting their facility might have a problem. Presti sensed the shifting atmosphere. She saw the sideways glances, felt the subtle change in how colleagues interacted with her. So she did what serial killers do best. She moved. A new facility, A new hunting ground. A fresh start where nobody knew her history. She was hired immediately. Healthcare facilities are chronically understaffed, desperate for any warm body with credentials. Background checks revealed nothing alarming. References from her previous employer were neutral. They were just relieved to see her go and didn't want the liability of saying anything negative that might prevent her from getting hired elsewhere. And so Heather Presty began killing again. New victims. Same method. Same cold efficiency. Same complete lack of humanity. She had killed 17 people before anyone truly noticed. 17 souls extinguished because one woman enjoyed playing God. 17 families destroyed because the system valued convenience over vigilance. 17 preventable murders because no one wanted to believe that evil could wear such an ordinary face. Butler Memorial Hospital, Sunnyview Rehabilitation Center, Quality Life Services. Presty moved through Pennsylvania's healthcare facilities like a plague, leaving death in her wake. Each new job brought fresh victims, new families to deceive, another chance to feed the darkness growing inside her. What makes a serial killer? Psychologists have debated this for decades. Childhood trauma, genetic predisposition, neurological abnormalities. There are theories, but no definitive answers. What we know about Heather Presty is this: she killed because she wanted to. She killed because she enjoyed it. She killed because the act of taking life made her feel powerful in a world where she otherwise felt invisible. Her methods became more refined with each murder. She learned to vary her approach slightly, avoiding too obvious a pattern. Sometimes she'd administer the lethal dose during evening medication rounds. Other times during bathing or physical therapy sessions when one-on-one contact was expected. She became an expert at reading documentation, knowing which deaths would trigger reviews and which would slip through unnoticed. The insulin remained her primary weapon, but she occasionally experimented with other medications. Overdoses of blood pressure medication, excessive doses of sedatives, anything that could mimic natural death in an elderly population. She was building an arsenal, diversifying her killing methods with the same enthusiasm a chef might explore new recipes. Her victims shared certain characteristics. Most were elderly, though not all were at death's door. Most had limited family involvement, though a few had regular visitors. What they all shared was vulnerability. They were dependent on her for care, unable to defend themselves, trapped in facilities where they relied entirely on staff for survival. They were perfect victims. Consider Robert Shaw, an 87-year-old widower at Quality Life Services. Robert had been a steelworker, a union man who'd built bridges that still stood across Pennsylvania. His hands were gnarled with arthritis now, his back bent from decades of labor, but his mind remained sharp. He played chess with other residents, told stories about the old days, still called his daughter every Sunday morning without fail. Presty killed him on a Tuesday night. No reason, no mercy, just another name on her invisible list. She entered his room around midnight. Robert was sleeping, his breathing steady, his vital signs stable. He had years left potentially, maybe not many, but years nonetheless. Presty prepared the syringe, her movements automatic now, muscle memory honed through repetition. "Robert," she said softly, waking him. He blinked in confusion, seeing her shape in the darkness. "Just need to check your blood sugar." He didn't question it. Why would he? She was the nurse. She was there to help. He offered his finger for the glucose test that would never happen. Instead, she injected the insulin directly into his foreline. Faster that way, more effective, harder to detect. "There we go," she cooed. "You can go back to sleep now." Robert tried, but within minutes, the insulin began its terrible work. His blood sugar plummeted. His brain, starved of glucose, began shutting down. Confusion came first, then panic, then seizures. Presty stood in the doorway, watching, as Robert Shaw fought for his life against a death he couldn't understand. By the time other staff arrived, responding to the alarm from his heart monitor, it was too late. Presty was already performing chest compressions, playing the role of desperate caregiver trying to save her patient. "I don't know what happened," she gasped, her face a mask of concern. "He just crashed." Robert Shaw died that night. The death certificate would list cardiac arrest secondary to complications of diabetes. His daughter would weep at his funeral, comforted by Heather Presti, who stood beside her with a sympathetic hand on her shoulder. This was Presti's pattern. Kill, comfort, move on, repeat. But serial killers make mistakes. They always do. The human mind isn't built for sustained deception. Cracks appear, inconsistencies emerge, and Heather Presti, for all her planning, was making errors. She was killing too frequently at some facilities. The death rate during her shifts was statistically anomalous, not enough to prove murder, but enough to raise questions. Some families began pushing for autopsies, unsatisfied with vague explanations of natural causes. A few nurses started keeping informal logs, noting which residents died when Presti was on duty. Then came the mistake that would ultimately unravel everything. She tried to kill someone who survived. The victim was a 73-year-old woman at Sunnyview Rehabilitation. She wasn't as frail as Presti's usual targets. She was there recovering from knee surgery, expected to return home within weeks. But something about her irritated Presti. Maybe she was too demanding. Maybe she reminded Presti of someone. Maybe there was no reason at all beyond the simple fact that Presti wanted her dead. Presti administered what she thought was a lethal dose of insulin. But the woman's body fought back. Her symptoms were severe: confusion, tremors, loss of consciousness. But other nurses noticed quickly. They checked her blood glucose and found it dangerously low. They administered dextrose, reversing the hypoglycemia, saving her life. The woman survived, but she was confused about what happened. "The nurse gave me medicine," she told doctors. Then everything went wrong. An investigation was launched, though tentative and incomplete. Medication logs were reviewed. Presti was questioned but offered reasonable explanations. "I gave her normal insulin dose for her diabetes," she claimed. Perhaps she had an unusual reaction. The facility didn't want a scandal. They didn't want lawsuits or media attention. So they did what institutions often do. They quietly terminated Presti's employment and hoped the problem would disappear. Didn't, because Presti couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. She found another job. Another facility desperate for nurses. Another group of vulnerable patients. And she began killing again. By now, her total body count had reached double digits. 12 confirmed deaths, possibly more. Families across multiple counties were grieving losses they believed were natural. Funeral homes were busy, and Heather Presti was still free, still working, still hunting. The investigation that would finally catch her was beginning, though she didn't know it yet. Multiple facilities were starting to compare notes. Families were filing complaints. Lawyers were asking questions. A pattern was emerging from the fog of individual tragedies. One name appearing again and again: Heather Presti. Detective Mike Mearsheimer of the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office had seen a lot in his career. Gang violence, domestic murders, drug-related killings. But nothing quite prepared him for the case file that landed on his desk in early 2023. Multiple healthcare facilities. Multiple unexplained deaths. One common denominator: a nurse named Heather Presti. The investigation began quietly. Healthcare serial killer cases are nightmares to prosecute. Medical records are complex. Cause of death determinations are often ambiguous in elderly patients. Proving intent is extraordinarily difficult. And there's always the possibility that what looks like murder is actually just tragic coincidence or medical error. But as Mearsheimer and his team dug deeper, coincidence became impossible to believe. They started with the death records, mapping them against Presti's employment history. The pattern was undeniable. At facilities where she worked, death rates spiked during her shifts. When she left, rates returned to normal. When she arrived at a new facility, deaths increased again. It was like tracking a predator through footprints of corpses. They interviewed staff members who'd worked with her. The stories were eerily consistent. She was always around when patients crashed. She volunteered for a lot of night shifts when there was less supervision. Something felt off about her, but I couldn't put my finger on it. One nurse, still haunted by her suspicions, described a night when she'd walked past a patient's room and seen Presty standing over an unconscious resident, just watching, not providing care, not calling for help, just watching with what the nurse described as a strange expression, not concern, not fear, something else, something cold. The team obtained Presty's electronic medical records access logs. They were damning. She'd accessed files for patients who weren't assigned to her, often late at night. She'd reviewed medication lists for residents in other wings. She'd researched symptoms of hypoglycemia and insulin overdose on work computers. But the real breakthrough came when investigators began testing bodies that hadn't been cremated. Exhumations are expensive and traumatic for families, but some agreed when detectives explained their suspicions. Tissue samples were sent for advanced toxicology testing. The results confirmed their worst fears: insulin. Massive, lethal doses of insulin in patients who weren't diabetic. In some cases, the insulin levels were so high they couldn't possibly have been self-administered or result from medical error. This was deliberate. This was murder. Presty was arrested on May 4, 2023, at her home. She answered the door in pajamas, acting surprised, confused. "What is this about?" she asked, as if she didn't know, as if she hadn't been expecting this moment since her first kill. The interrogation was chilling. Detectives expected denial, deflection, maybe even an insanity plea. What they got was something far more disturbing. Presty barely bothered to lie. She admitted to accessing patient records improperly. She acknowledged being present during many of the deaths. But when pressed about her actions, about the insulin, about the victims, she became strangely detached. She spoke about her patients the way someone might discuss lab rats. Interesting subjects, nothing more. "They were suffering," she said at one point, trying on compassion like an ill-fitting costume. "I was helping them, but the evidence said otherwise." Many of her victims weren't suffering. They were recovering, improving, expected to live for years. This wasn't mercy killing. This was murder for its own sake. The media seized on the story. Headlines screamed about the angel of death and nurse serial killer. News vans camped outside the facilities where she'd worked. Reporters ambushed families of victims, shoving microphones at grieving relatives, demanding to know how they felt. For the families, it was agony compounded. First, they'd lost loved ones. Now they were learning those deaths weren't natural, weren't peaceful, weren't unavoidable. They'd been murders. Their elderly parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles had been murdered by someone they trusted. Someone who smiled while killing them. The daughter of Robert Shaw, the steelworker, gave a particularly heartbreaking statement. "I talked to her at my father's memorial service. She hugged me. She told me he didn't suffer. And now I know she killed him. She murdered my father and then comforted me about it." What kind of monster does that? The kind who kills 17 times without remorse. That kind of monster. As investigators dug deeper into Presty's background, they found troubling signs that had been missed or ignored. Performance reviews from earlier jobs mentioned boundary issues and concerning interactions with patients. A few families had complained about her, though none had suspected murder. They just felt something was off. There were psychological evaluations from nursing school that noted flat affect and difficulty with empathy, but not severe enough to prevent certification. There were classmates who remembered her fascination with death and dying, how she'd ask morbid questions during ethics discussions. All the warning signs were there, scattered across years and documents, but no one had connected them. No one had seen the monster forming. The legal system ground forward. Presty was charged with multiple counts of murder and attempted murder. The prosecution team was building an overwhelming case. They had testimony from surviving victims. They had forensic evidence. They had access logs and medical records. They had her own inconsistent statements from the interrogation. Her defense attorneys faced an impossible task. How do you defend someone against this much evidence? How do you create reasonable doubt when the pattern is so clear? They tried to argue mental illness, diminished capacity, anything that might spare her from the maximum sentence. But Presty herself seemed almost indifferent to her defense. She sat in court appearances looking bored, occasionally checking her fingernails, showing more emotion over courtroom tedium than over 17 deaths. Psychologists who evaluated her struggled to categorize her precisely. She exhibited traits of antisocial personality disorder, lack of empathy, disregard for others' rights, repeated criminal behavior. But there was something else too, something harder to name. A complete disconnect from normal human emotion, a void where compassion should exist. One evaluator wrote in his report, "Subject demonstrates profound lack of remorse. When discussing victims, she speaks in detached, clinical terms." When asked if she understood the pain she'd caused families, she responded that she hadn't thought about it. This is not psychosis. This is not delusion. This is someone who fundamentally does not care about human suffering beyond how it affects her directly. Presti was a psychopath in the truest sense. Not the Hollywood version with dramatic violence and obvious malice, but the quiet, hidden kind. The kind that becomes nurses and teachers and caregivers. The kind that operates in plain sight because we can't imagine that someone in a helping profession could be so harmful. The trial date was set. The prosecution was ready. The families braced for the trauma of testimony and evidence. Pennsylvania hadn't executed anyone in decades, but prosecutors were pursuing every available charge, hoping to ensure Presti never walked free. Meanwhile, investigators continued examining her employment history, worried there might be even more victims. Every facility where she'd worked was reviewing its death records. More bodies were being exhumed. More families were being notified that their loved one's death might not have been natural after all. The final body count might never be known with certainty. Presti worked in healthcare for over a decade. She had access to hundreds of vulnerable patients. How many did she kill? 17 confirmed? 20? 30? More? Only Heather Presti knew for certain, and she wasn't telling. The courtroom was packed on the day Heather Presti entered her plea. Families of victims filled the gallery, some clutching photos of their lost loved ones, all desperate for answers, for justice, for something that might make sense of the senseless. Presti appeared in an orange jumpsuit, her hands shackled, flanked by attorneys who looked as though they'd aged years in recent months. She'd lost weight in jail, her face gaunt, her eyes hollow, but that emptiness wasn't new. People who'd known her recognized it. It had always been there, just hidden better. The charges were read aloud, a litany of death, 2 counts of first-degree murder, 17 counts of attempted murder, 17 counts of aggravated assault, 19 counts of neglect of a care-dependent person, 1 count of recklessly endangering another person. Each charge represented a person, a life, a family destroyed. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for. How does the defendant plead? Presti leaned forward to the microphone. Her voice was steady, emotionless. "Guilty," she said. "Guilty to all charges." The courtroom erupted. Some families sobbed. Others shouted. A few simply sat in stunned silence. After all the waiting, all the investigation, all the uncertainty, she'd simply admitted it. No trial, no defense, just guilt, plain and final. But there was something chilling about the admission too. It wasn't remorseful. It wasn't apologetic. It was matter of fact, as if she were acknowledging something trivial, not confessing to 17 murders. The judge asked if she understood the consequences of her plea. Presti nodded. Did she know she was waiving her right to trial? Another nod. Did she have anything to say to the families? Here, finally, was the chance for explanation, for apology, for some glimpse of humanity. The courtroom went silent. Every eye fixed on Heather Presti, waiting. She looked at the families. Then she looked at the judge. "No," she said simply. "I have nothing to say. No apology. No explanation. No remorse. Just emptiness." Sentencing came weeks later. The prosecution requested the maximum, life in prison without possibility of parole on each count, to be served consecutively. They argued that Presti represented an ongoing danger, that no amount of time could rehabilitate someone who'd killed so casually and frequently. The defense made a half-hearted attempt at mitigation, arguing for concurrent sentences, suggesting that Presti herself was mentally ill and needed treatment rather than pure punishment. But their hearts weren't in it. How could they be? Their client had betrayed every principle of the profession she'd chosen. She'd weaponized medicine. She'd turned healing into horror. Victim impact statements filled hours. The daughter of Robert Shaw, the steelworker, spoke through tears. My father survived wars, survived accidents in the steel mills, survived my mother's death. He survived everything life threw at him. And then Heather Presti decided he didn't deserve to live anymore. She stole his final years. She stole my chance to say goodbye. She stole his dignity and his death. I will never forgive her. Never. A son spoke about his mother, who'd been recovering from a hip replacement. Mom was doing great. The doctor said she'd be home in 2 weeks. She was excited, making plans. Then Presti killed her. Just killed her. For no reason. My mother didn't suffer from illness. She suffered from meeting a monster. On and on the statements went. 17 victims meant dozens of family members. Children, grandchildren, siblings, friends. Each one carrying the weight of loss and betrayal. Each one demanding justice. Presti sat through it all with minimal reaction. She occasionally glanced at the speakers but showed no emotion. No tears. No flinching. No acknowledgement of the devastation she'd caused. One victim's grandson later said watching her was like looking at a mannequin. There was a person-shaped thing sitting there, but nothing human inside. The judge delivered the sentence with visible anger, his voice sharp and unforgiving. Life in prison without parole. Multiple consecutive life sentences, ensuring that even in a legal technicality world, Heather Presti would die in custody. He called her crimes among the most heinous he'd encountered in decades on the bench, describing her as a predator who exploited the most vulnerable and betrayed every principle of medical care. As she was led from the courtroom, Presti didn't look back, didn't acknowledge the families staring at her, didn't seem to register that her life, as she'd known it, was over. She simply walked out, shackled and guarded, disappearing into the prison system where she would spend the rest of her days. But the story doesn't end with a prison door slamming shut. The aftermath of Heather Presti's crimes rippled outward, touching hundreds of lives and exposing systemic failures that allowed her to kill for so long. The healthcare facilities where she worked faced intense scrutiny. How had she been hired so easily, moving from job to job despite concerns? Why hadn't anyone connected the pattern of deaths? Where were the safeguards that should have caught her? Investigations revealed troubling answers. The facilities were understaffed and overwhelmed, creating environments where thorough supervision was impossible. Background check systems didn't communicate between states or even counties effectively. Previous employers, afraid of lawsuits, provided neutral references rather than honest assessments. And most damning, administrators had prioritized avoiding scandal over protecting patients. Multiple lawsuits were filed. Families sued the facilities for wrongful death, for negligence, for failing to protect their loved ones. Some cases settled quietly, others dragged through courts for years. The financial cost was enormous, but the human cost, the trust destroyed, was incalculable. Pennsylvania enacted new legislation in response, dubbed Presti's Law by media though officially titled the Healthcare Facility Safety and Accountability Act. The law mandated more stringent background checks, required facilities to report suspicious patterns of deaths, and created better communication between healthcare institutions about problem employees. But laws don't erase trauma. They don't bring back the dead. They don't heal the families who now second-guess every moment of their loved one's final days, wondering when Presti entered their room, what their last thoughts were, whether they were afraid. Experts on serial killers studied Presti's case, trying to understand what made her tick. Healthcare serial killers are rare but not unprecedented. There's Charles Cullen, the nurse who killed up to 400 patients. There's Kristen Gilbert, who murdered patients with epinephrine injections. There's Janine Jones, who killed infants in her care. They share certain characteristics. They work in healthcare, giving them access to victims and methods. They often kill with medications, making deaths appear natural. They typically target the vulnerable, the elderly, the very young, the severely ill. and they're often described as unremarkable, people who blend in, whose monstrousness is hidden behind professional facades. What makes someone capable of this? The psychological community remains divided. Some argue it's about power and control. These killers enjoy playing God, deciding who lives and dies. Others suggest it's about attention. Some healthcare killers have been found to deliberately cause medical emergencies they can then heroically respond to. Still, others believe it's simply sadism, finding pleasure in causing death. Presti seemed to fit the power and control model. She didn't try to play hero. She didn't seek attention for her responses. She simply killed, watching her victims die, experiencing whatever dark satisfaction that brought her. She was death's handmaiden by choice, not calling, and she played the role with terrifying commitment. In prison, Presti reportedly keeps to herself. Guards describe her as compliant but cold, following rules without engaging. She doesn't receive many visitors. She doesn't participate in group activities. She exists in her cell like she existed in society, present but somehow absent, physically there but emotionally removed from everything around her. Some of her victims' families have said they hope she suffers in prison, hope she finally experiences a fraction of the pain she inflicted. Others say they try not to think about her at all, refusing to give her any more power over their lives. A few have channeled their grief into advocacy, working to improve nursing home safety and pushing for better oversight of healthcare workers. The facilities where she killed have been renovated, rebranded, sometimes sold to new management companies eager to distance themselves from the scandal. But the staff who worked alongside her, who trusted her, who never suspected, they carry their own trauma. How do you reconcile working next to a serial killer? How do you trust your own judgment again? One nurse who worked with Presti gave an interview months after the conviction. She still seemed shell-shocked. "I trained her on my shift," she said. "I showed her our protocols. I introduced her to residents. I thought she was great, reliable, competent, caring. And the whole time she was killing people. How did I not see it? How did none of us see it?" That's the question that haunts everyone who came into contact with Heather Presti. How did she hide in plain sight for so long? How did the monster wear such a convincing mask? The truth is simpler and more terrifying than anyone wants to admit. We want to believe that people in caring professions are actually caring. We want to trust nurses and doctors and caretakers. We need to believe that when we leave our loved ones in their hands, those hands will be gentle. Heather Presti understood this and weaponized it. She knew that a nurse's uniform was better than any disguise, that a caring demeanor was perfect camouflage. She knew that our desperate need to trust would make us blind to the truth. And for 17 victims, that trust was lethal. Today, somewhere in a Pennsylvania prison, Heather Presti sits in a cell. She's 53 years old. She'll die there. She'll never feel sunshine as a free woman again. She'll never harm another patient. But justice, such as it is, feels hollow to the families. Their loved ones are still gone. The years that were stolen can't be returned. The trust that was betrayed can't be restored. The case of Heather Presti is closed. The investigation is complete. The trial is over. But the trauma continues. It lives in the nightmares of families who wonder what their loved ones' final moments were like. It lives in the hypervigilance of people now terrified to place relatives in care facilities. It lives in the changed protocols and new laws that bear silent testimony to 17 preventable deaths. Evil doesn't always announce itself with fangs bared and claws extended. Sometimes it smiles. Sometimes it wears scrubs. Sometimes it asks if you're comfortable and if you need anything while preparing the needle that will kill you. That's the lesson of Heather Presti. That's the nightmare she left behind. Not that monsters exist, we've always known that, but that they can look like anyone. They can be anyone. They can hide among us, hunting, until the bodies pile too high to ignore. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The story of Lucio Platano, the Banana King's blood empire. They called him the Banana King. His workers called him something else when they dared to whisper at all. In the humid backrooms of his empire, machetes weren't just for cutting fruit. A man builds an empire on bananas and buries his sins in the same soil that feeds a nation. Lucio Platano wasn't just a businessman. He was an architect of agony, a puppeteer who pulled strings made of fear and flesh. Tonight, we descend into the rotting core of Colombia's most depraved produce baron, where every yellow peel concealed a red truth, and where the cost of speaking up was measured in unmarked graves. This is the story of how one man's greed transformed paradise into a killing field, and how the ghosts of his plantation still scream through the rustling leaves. Luis Alberto Lucio Hernandez Platano didn't choose his nickname. The streets of Medellin branded him with it during his teenage years, when he'd hustle overripe bananas to tourists in the sweltering plaza, his smile wide and synthetic as plastic fruit. But that smile, that goddamn smile, would become the last thing dozens of people would see before darkness swallowed them whole. The year was 1987 when Lucio, then 23, inherited a failing banana plantation in Uraba, Colombia's northwestern corridor where the jungle breathes humidity and secrets. His uncle had died under suspicious circumstances, a machete accident that sliced through his neck with surgical precision. The authorities ruled it a workplace mishap. The workers knew better. They'd seen Lucio's eyes during the funeral, dry as desert sand, calculating the value of every tree, every acre, every life that stood between him and dominion. Uraba was already a wound in Colombia's flesh, a region where paramilitary forces and guerrilla fighters played chess with human pawns. The banana trade was the region's lifeblood, pumping dollars through arteries of corruption and violence. American companies had their fingerprints all over the region's history. United Fruit Company had practically written the rulebook on exploitation decades earlier. Lucio had studied that rulebook like scripture. The plantation, Finca La Esperanza, the Hope Farm, sprawled across 200 hectares of land so fertile you could almost hear the earth groaning under its own abundance. Row after row of banana plants stretched toward the mountains, their broad leaves creating a canopy of green that blocked out the sky. Workers moved through these corridors like shadows, their machetes singing rhythmic songs as they harvested the heavy clusters. But something changed when Lucio took control. First, he cut the wages. The workers, mostly displaced farmers fleeing guerrilla violence in the mountains, had nowhere else to go. They protested weakly, their voices small against the vastness of their desperation. Lucio listened to their complaints with that smile, his head tilted like a curious dog examining a wounded bird. Then he made an example. Roberto Cifuentes was a father of 4, a man whose hands had touched soil his entire life, whose back bore the topography of labor, ridges and valleys of muscle earned through decades of harvest. Roberto was the one who spoke loudest at the workers' meeting, his voice rising above the chorus of grievance. He demanded fair payment, basic safety equipment, medical care for his daughter who'd been bitten by a fer-de-lance snake while playing near the irrigation ditches. 3 days later, Roberto didn't show up for the morning shift. His family found him at the edge of the plantation, his body positioned carefully between 2 rows of banana plants. The machete wounds suggested he'd been attacked by multiple assailants, but the precision of the cuts told a different story. These weren't frenzied strikes of robbery or passion. Each slash had been deliberate, methodical, almost ceremonial. His tongue had been removed and placed in his shirt pocket. The message was molecular in its clarity. Silence or suffer. The police investigation lasted exactly 4 hours. No suspects, no witnesses. Case closed. The local commander who handled the investigation was seen 2 weeks later driving a brand new pickup truck, its bed loaded with crates of premium bananas stamped with La Esperanza's logo. Lucio's operation grew rapidly after that. Fear is a remarkable fertilizer. It makes men productive, keeps them bent over their work, eyes down, mouths shut. He recruited a security team, ex-military men who'd been discharged for reasons that lived in sealed files. They patrolled the plantation with assault rifles, their presence a constant reminder that Finca La Esperanza existed outside the law's jurisdiction. But Lucho's ambitions stretched beyond simple exploitation. He'd made connections with the paramilitary groups that controlled Uraba, the Autodefensas Unidas de Colombia, the AUC, whose death squads had painted the region in blood throughout the late 80s and 90s. These weren't ideological warriors. They were businessmen with guns, protecting the interests of landowners and drug traffickers who'd learned that bananas made excellent cover for cocaine shipments. Lucho began using his plantation as a transit point. Cocaine from processing labs in the mountains would arrive hidden in banana trucks, the white powder concealed inside specially modified crates. The bananas would be exported through the port of Turbo, making their way to markets in North America and Europe. The drugs would take similar routes, hidden among legitimate cargo. It was a perfect symbiosis. The bananas funded the operation and provided cover, while the cocaine generated profits that made banana sales look like pocket change. The workers who handled these special shipments were paid slightly better than their peers, but the premium came with an understanding: absolute loyalty or absolute death. Lucho had perfected a system of mutual corruption. He'd carefully document each worker's involvement in the trafficking operation, creating insurance policies written in criminal liability. Anyone who considered speaking to authorities would implicate themselves in the process. Maria Elena Soto learned this lesson in the cruelest way possible. She was 19, her eyes still bright with the naivety that rural poverty couldn't quite extinguish. She'd been assigned to the packing house, where she'd witnessed the special crates being loaded with more than fruit. Her boyfriend, a university student in Medellin, had convinced her to report what she'd seen to a human rights organization. Maria Elena made the call from a payphone in Turbo, her hands shaking as she described the operation to a sympathetic lawyer who promised protection. Lucho knew about the call before she'd hung up the phone. His network of informants was extensive. He owned cops, judges, phone company employees, even the priests who heard confessions in the local parish. The lawyer Maria Elena had contacted was found dead in his apartment 2 days later, an apparent suicide. Maria Elena disappeared entirely. Her body was discovered 6 months later by a group of children playing in the jungle. Animals and weather had done their work, but the forensics team could still determine cause of death. She'd been buried alive. The soil in her lungs, the scratches inside the wooden crate they found nearby, all of it painted a portrait of her final hours. She'd clawed at the wood until her fingers broke, had screamed into earth that swallowed every sound, had drowned in dirt while somewhere above her, banana plants swayed in the tropical breeze. Lucho didn't attend her funeral. He didn't need to. His absence was presence enough. A void that sucked the air from the gathering, that made mourners look over their shoulders and speak in whispers even among family. The message had been delivered with brutal efficiency. Betrayal earned burial, and the soil of Finca La Esperanza was hungry. By 1992, Lucho had expanded his empire to 5 plantations across Uraba. He'd become wealthy beyond measure, his wealth calculated not in pesos but in power, the power to make people vanish, to rewrite reality, to transform a farming operation into a machine that consumed human dignity and excreted profit. He lived in a compound near a portado, its walls topped with razor wire and security cameras, its grounds patrolled by men whose eyes had gone dead from seeing too much and feeling too little. But Lucho wasn't satisfied with mere wealth. He craved legitimacy, respectability. He began donating to local schools, funding medical clinics, sponsoring youth soccer teams. The newspapers began running puff pieces about the Banana King, who was investing in his community, lifting Uraba from poverty through entrepreneurial vision. Politicians sought his endorsement and his cash. Business associations gave him awards. The governor of Antioquia shook his hand at a gala and praised his commitment to regional development. None of them mentioned the workers who died from pesticide exposure because Lucho refused to provide protective equipment. None acknowledged the women who were sexually assaulted by supervisors and told their complaints would cost them their jobs, or worse. The journalists didn't investigate the rumors of mass graves on plantation property or the families who'd been forcibly displaced when Lucho wanted to expand his landholdings. The Banana King had built his throne on bones, had fertilized his fields with blood, had watered his crops with tears. And the most terrifying part wasn't that he'd done these things. It was that the system had rewarded him for it, had elevated him, had transformed a monster into a model citizen. The workers at Finca La Esperanza knew the truth. They saw it in the eyes of new arrivals, the displaced families who came seeking work and found themselves trapped in a nightmare. They heard it in the screams that sometimes echoed from the warehouse at night, sounds that the guards insisted were just animals in the jungle. They smelled it in the sections of plantation where nothing would grow, where the soil had been salted with horrors that even tropical abundance couldn't overcome. Lucho would walk through his kingdom each morning, his boots polished to mirror shine, his hands clasped behind his back like a general inspecting troops. Workers would bow their heads as he passed, would murmur greetings that he rarely acknowledged. He'd stop occasionally to examine a banana cluster, to criticize the cutting technique, to remind everyone that perfection was expected and anything less was unacceptable. And always, always that smile, that plastic performance smile that never reached his eyes, those cold calculating eyes that measured human worth in units of production and submission. The workers had a saying, whispered in the dark hours when supervisors couldn't hear: El platano sonríe cuando ve a morder. The banana smiles before it bites. The children of Finca La Esperanza didn't play in the fields. Their parents kept them close, locked in shacks that leaked rain and harbored scorpions, because the alternative was worse. There were stories, whispered tales that slithered through the workers' camps like the snakes that lived in the irrigation ditches, about children who wandered too far and came back changed, if they came back at all. Lucho's interest in children wasn't public knowledge, but it was common knowledge, that peculiar distinction between what everyone knows and what no one will say. He'd built a school on the plantation grounds, a gesture of magnanimity that earned him praise from local politicians and international companies that bought his bananas. The building was painted bright yellow, its walls decorated with murals of smiling children harvesting fruit under a cheerful sun. The reality inside those walls was considerably darker. The teacher was a woman named Carmen Ruiz, thin as a mantis and twice as predatory. She'd arrived from Cali with credentials no one bothered to verify, had been hired by Lucho personally after a private interview that lasted 3 hours behind closed doors. Carmen ran the school with militaristic precision. Children sat in perfect rows, spoke only when spoken to, learned their lessons with the enthusiasm of prisoners memorizing their sentence. But certain students received special attention. Pretty girls with long hair and developing bodies. Boys who were too clever for their own good, who asked too many questions. These children would be kept after class for tutoring sessions that their parents were discouraged from attending. Carmen would explain that the children needed individualized instruction, that parental interference would only slow their progress. What happened during these sessions was carefully constructed ambiguity, nothing so explicit that it could be proven, everything so suggestive that innocence seemed impossible. Children would return home with gifts. Candies, small toys, school supplies their families couldn't afford. They'd be silent about where these treasures came from, would flinch at questions, would develop the 1,000-yard stare of people who'd seen beyond the veil of childhood and couldn't unsee what they'd witnessed. Lucho himself would sometimes visit the school, his presence announced by the rumble of his land cruiser, its engine purring like a satisfied predator. He'd inspect the classrooms, would ask children to recite their lessons, would pat heads with those manicured hands that had signed death warrants and balance sheets with equal detachment. Carmen would watch these interactions with the intensity of a hawk guarding its nest, would usher certain students forward for Lucho's particular attention. The parents knew. Of course they knew. But knowledge without power is just torture disguised as awareness. What could they do? Report it to the police who were on Lucho's payroll? Appeal to authorities who'd celebrated him as a pillar of the community? Leave the plantation and starve in a region where jobs were scarce and memories were long? Some tried anyway. A father named Diego Moreno, whose 10-year-old daughter had stopped speaking after 3 months in Carmen's class, attempted to withdraw his child from the school. He was called to Lucho's office, a room that looked like it belonged in Bogotá's financial district rather than a rural plantation. all leather and wood and air conditioning that made your teeth chatter after the jungle heat. Lucho had listened to Diego's concerns with theatrical sympathy, his head bobbing in understanding, his hands steepled in contemplation. Then he'd opened a file folder and slid it across the desk. Inside were photographs of Diego's wife, taken with a telephoto lens, showing her in various stages of undress through their shack's window. There were also documents, fabricated evidence of Diego's supposed involvement in guerrilla activities, enough to earn him years in prison or worse if they found their way to the paramilitaries. "Your daughter is getting an excellent education," Lucho had said, his voice soft as a razor's edge. "She's lucky to have such opportunities. Many children in Colombia would kill for such privileges. You should be grateful, Diego. Gratitude is important. It keeps families safe." Diego's daughter stayed in school. She stopped eating much. Her eyes developed a hollowness that no amount of childhood should contain. But she stayed in school because the alternative was her father's death, her mother's shame, her family's destruction. The trafficking operation at Finca La Esperanza was expanding beyond cocaine. Lucho had made connections with organizations that dealt in different commodities, human commodities. Young women and sometimes men would arrive at the plantation as workers and leave as merchandise, shipped to brothels in Panama, Venezuela, Ecuador. The operation was sophisticated. Fake job offers, fraudulent contracts, coercion disguised as opportunity. A woman named Yesenia had arrived from the Department of Córdoba, fleeing domestic violence and desperate for any income that didn't involve surrendering her body or her dignity. She was 24, educated enough to read and write, broken enough to ignore the warning signs. The recruitment had happened through a cousin who worked at Finca La Esperanza, who'd painted pictures of decent wages and safe conditions. The reality was incrementally revealed, like boiling a frog by raising the temperature slowly. First, she was told her identification documents needed to be held in the office for administrative processing. Then her wages were delayed because of banking complications. She was moved to special housing, separated from the other workers, told it was a privilege reserved for high performers. The supervision increased, the freedom decreased, until one morning she woke to find bars on the windows and armed guards at the door. The transformation from worker to captive happened without ceremony. Yesenia was informed that she owed the plantation money, for housing, for food, for the transportation that brought her there, for various fees that materialized from creative accounting. These debts would be paid off through special work, the details of which were vague but the implications clear. When she refused, when she screamed and clawed and demanded her freedom, she was visited by Lucho himself. He'd sat across from her in a room that smelled of insecticide and fear, had looked at her with those empty eyes, and had shown her photographs. Her mother, hanging laundry in the yard of her Córdoba home. Her younger brother walking to school. Her elderly grandmother sitting on her porch. The photographs weren't threats, they were certainties. Comply or they die. Resist and watch everyone you love suffer. Yesenia worked the special rotation for 11 months. She was moved between locations, a farmhouse near the Panamanian border, an apartment in Medellin, back to the plantation for storage between assignments. The men who used her were businessmen, politicians, foreign buyers who'd come to inspect banana shipments and stayed for extracurricular entertainment. She learned to leave her body, to exist somewhere behind her eyes where their violations couldn't reach, to survive by becoming a ghost inside her own skin. She escaped only because of a raid that targeted a different operation entirely. DEA agents and Colombian special forces had descended on a cocaine lab in the mountains, and some of the runners fled through plantation land. In the chaos of helicopters and gunfire, Yesenia had run into the jungle and hadn't stopped until her feet bled and her lungs screamed. She'd eventually found her way to a human rights organization, had told her story to lawyers and journalists and anyone who would listen. Nothing happened. Lucho's connections were too deep, his immunity too complete. The lawyer who took Yesenia's case received death threats explicit enough to make him withdraw. The journalist who investigated was offered a combination of bribes and intimidation sophisticated enough to make him choose silence. Yesenia herself disappeared back into Córdoba, her testimony buried in files that no prosecutor dared to open. By 1995, Finca La Esperanza had become something unprecedented. A criminal enterprise disguised as agriculture, a violation factory wrapped in banana leaves. The workers who remained did so because leaving was more dangerous than staying. They'd been documented, photographed, recorded in their minor compliances and major survivals. Lucho had perfected the art of making accomplices. Every person who'd looked away from a crime, who'd loaded a suspicious crate, who'd cleaned a room that should have contained evidence, was now tied to the operation through their own silence. The killings had become routine, background noise in the plantation's daily operations. A worker who stole fruit might disappear. A woman who rejected a supervisor's advances might be found in the river. A man who complained too loudly about conditions might suffer a machete accident that the remaining workers would be forced to witness as an educational experience. Lucho had graduated from crude violence to psychological artistry. He understood that mass fear was more effective than individual murder, that the anticipation of violence controlled behavior more reliably than violence itself. He'd instituted a system of informants, workers who reported on their colleagues in exchange for minor privileges, creating a web of suspicion that isolated everyone. No one could trust anyone, because anyone might be Lucho's eyes and ears. The compound where Lucho lived had grown into a fortress. 20-foot walls, guard towers, a private armory that would have impressed a military base. He'd installed German shepherds trained to attack on command, had surrounded the property with motion sensors and cameras that fed into a control room staffed 24 hours a day. His paranoia had metastasized into an empire of surveillance and control. But paranoia is sometimes just unacknowledged guilt wearing anxiety's mask. Lucho was haunted by the ghosts he'd created, though he'd never admit it even to himself. He slept badly, medicated himself with whiskey and prescription drugs, kept lights burning through the night because darkness brought whispers he couldn't silence. The faces of his victims swam in his peripheral vision, their accusations written in shadows on his bedroom walls. His wife, a woman from a respectable family in Medellin who'd married him for his money and discovered too late the price of her comfort, lived in separate quarters, her silence purchased with luxury and terror. She knew what her husband was, could read the crimes in his eyes, could smell the blood beneath his cologne. But she said nothing, did nothing, became nothing, a decorative ghost haunting her own existence. The workers whispered that the plantation was cursed, that the earth itself had been poisoned by evil. Banana plants would sometimes develop strange diseases that the agronomists couldn't explain. Animals would die inexplicably in certain areas. Workers reported nightmares so vivid they felt more real than waking life. Dreams of being buried alive, of drowning in blood, of machetes that cut through their sleep. The year 1998 brought an unusually vicious rainy season to Uraba. The sky opened like a wound and bled for weeks, turning plantation roads into rivers of mud, flooding the workers' camps, rotting the banana crops on their stalks. Lucho watched his profits evaporate with each downpour, his mood darkening in proportion to the shrinking margins. When Lucho was unhappy, people died. This was the equation everyone at Finca La Esperanza understood. The flood revealed what the earth had been hiding. Water eroded a hillside on the plantation's northern edge, an area that had been off-limits for years, where even supervisors wouldn't venture after sunset. The erosion exposed bones, human bones, dozens of them, maybe more, a catacomb of victims who'd been planted like crops and left to fertilize the soil with their dissolution. A young worker named Tomas discovered the site while checking irrigation pipes damaged by the storm. He'd been 21, relatively new to the plantation, naive enough to believe that reporting crimes was something people actually did. Tomas had climbed down into the eroded gully, had seen the skulls and femurs and rib cages arranged in layers like an archaeological dig excavating hell. Some of the remains were old, reduced to bone and fragments. Others were disturbingly recent, clothing still visible, flesh not yet completely consumed by insects and chemistry. Tomas had vomited into the mud, had scrambled back up the hillside with his heart trying to escape through his throat. He'd run to find his supervisor, his words tumbling over each other in panicked urgency. The supervisor, a man named Fabio who'd been with Lucho since the beginning, whose conscience had been amputated years ago, listened with an expression of careful neutrality. Then he made a phone call. Lucho arrived within the hour, his Land Cruiser plowing through mud that would have stopped lesser vehicles. He brought his security chief, a former paratrooper named El Tigre, whose nickname came from the way he stalked and killed, patient, efficient, without remorse. They walked to the site with Tomas, who explained between gasping breaths what he'd found, pointing into the gully where the bones lay exposed like teeth in a rotting mouth. Lucho had stood at the edge for a long time, his face unreadable as a stone mask. Then he turned to Tomas and smiled that empty smile, that performance of humanity from something that had transcended or descended beyond it. "Thank you for your diligence," Lucho said. "This is clearly an archaeological site, perhaps indigenous burial grounds. We'll need to bring in experts, handle this properly." Tomas felt relief flood through him, felt the tension drain from his shoulders. He'd done the right thing. Lucho would handle it properly. The authorities would be contacted. Justice would. The bullet entered Tomas's skull just above his right ear, the gunshot muffled by the rain and distance from the main camp. El Tigre holstered his pistol with the casual efficiency of someone completing a routine task. Tomas's body tumbled into the gully, joining the collection he'd discovered, becoming part of the horror he'd tried to expose. By nightfall, the site had been excavated properly, not by archaeologists but by Lucho's security team. They worked under portable lights powered by generators, their shovels and picks rearranging history. The bones were collected into industrial fertilizer bags, the kind used throughout the plantation. The area was refilled with soil trucked in from elsewhere, was replanted with banana seedlings that would grow fast in the tropical heat. Within a week, nothing remained to suggest what had been buried there except the knowledge carried by men who'd learned that knowledge was its own death sentence. But the flood had awakened something. Perhaps it was the exposure of the mass grave, the disruption of whatever uneasy peace the dead had maintained. Or perhaps it was just coincidence, the kind that feels like destiny after enough horror has accumulated. Workers began reporting apparitions, figures moving through the banana rows at night, shadows that walked with purposeful stride but left no footprints. The dogs that patrolled the perimeter would bark at nothing or refuse to enter certain areas, their ears flat against their skulls, their tails tucked in primal fear. Lucho dismissed these reports as superstitious peasant nonsense, but his own nightmares intensified. He'd wake choking, convinced that soil was filling his throat, that he was being buried alive in the same earth he'd used to hide his crimes. He'd see faces in mirrors, Roberto Cifuentes with his mutilated mouth, Maria Elena Soto with soil streaming from her screaming lips, Tomas with the bullet wound weeping blood that never dried. He increased his security, added more men with guns, installed more cameras and sensors. But technology can't defend against guilt, and armed men can't shoot ghosts. Lucho began carrying a pistol himself, started at sudden sounds, would spin around convinced someone was behind him only to find empty space mocking his paranoia. The Catholic Church, which had long accepted Lucho's generous donations with strategic blindness, sent a priest to bless the plantation. Father Mateo was an old man who'd served in Uraba for decades, who'd buried too many bodies and heard too many confessions of horrors that should have been crimes instead of sins. He walked through the plantation sprinkling holy water, muttering Latin prayers, his eyes sad with the knowledge that some stains don't wash away. When Father Mateo reached the area where the mass grave had been, he stopped. The air there felt different, heavier, colder despite the tropical heat. The priest stood silent for a long moment, then turned to Lucho and spoke words that no one had dared say to his face. "This land is crying out. The blood of the innocent demands justice. You've turned paradise into hell, and hell always collects its due." Lucho laughed, a sound without humor that made birds scatter from nearby trees. "Save your superstitions for the workers, Father. I pay you to bless, not to preach." "You pay me nothing," Father Mateo replied, his voice steady despite the tremor in his aged hands. "Your money is cursed. Every peso is painted with blood. I'll pray for your soul, but I fear you sold it long ago." The priest was found dead 2 days later, an apparent heart attack. The autopsy was cursory, the funeral swift. Workers whispered that Father Mateo had been murdered, that Lucho had poisoned him, that divine judgment was being systematically eliminated. But the whispers were quiet, because loud voices ended up in fertilizer bags. The international situation was shifting. Human rights organizations were paying more attention to Uraba. The United States was threatening to cut off trade preferences unless Colombia addressed labor abuses and paramilitary violence. Journalists from American and European publications were sniffing around, asking uncomfortable questions about the banana industry's dark underside. Lucho felt the pressure mounting. He'd survived by controlling information, by making sure that evidence disappeared and witnesses fell silent. But the world was shrinking. Satellites could photograph his plantations. Cell phones meant communications were harder to intercept. International scrutiny made the old methods of intimidation more complicated. He called a meeting with his key lieutenants, El Tigre, Fabio, the heads of his various operations. They gathered in his compound's conference room, a space designed to intimidate with its expensive furniture and artwork looted from families he'd displaced. Lucho stood at the head of the table, his face older than his years, lines of stress carved deep into flesh that no amount of money could smooth. "We're going legitimate," he announced. The room fell silent, the kind of silence that presses against eardrums like depth pressure. "The attention is too intense. We need to clean operations, distance ourselves from the paramilitaries, create the appearance of reform." El Tigre spoke first, his voice like gravel scraping metal. "And the people who know too much? The workers who've seen things? The evidence?" Lucho smiled, and in that smile was every evil the preceding years had accumulated. "Evidence can be eliminated. Workers can have accidents. We've done it before. We'll do it systematically, carefully. Anyone who represents a liability needs to disappear before the investigators arrive." What followed was a purge that made the previous violence look restrained by comparison. Over the next 6 months, more than 40 workers vanished from Finca La Esperanza and its satellite plantations. The methods varied. Some were killed outright, their bodies disposed of in the jungle or the river. Others were driven to remote locations and abandoned, left to die from exposure or predators. A few were simply paid off and threatened into permanent silence, relocated to other regions with the understanding that speaking out would mean death for them and their families. Lucho had files on everyone, comprehensive dossiers containing information gathered through years of surveillance. He knew about affairs, about debts, about crimes major and minor. He used this knowledge like a surgeon uses a scalpel, cutting away liability with precision strikes. People who might talk to investigators found themselves facing blackmail so comprehensive that silence became their only option. But secrets have mass, and mass creates gravity. The more Lucho tried to hide, the more attention he attracted. An American journalist named Sarah Kendrick arrived in Uraba, working on a documentary about the banana industry's human rights record. She was young, idealistic, armed with a camera and a righteousness that hadn't yet been tempered by Colombia's brutal realities. Sarah began interviewing workers, collecting testimonies, filming conditions that multinational corporations preferred to keep invisible. She heard the whispers about Lucho, about the disappearances, about the mass graves. She started asking questions that made local authorities nervous and made Lucho furious. Lucho tried his usual methods, bribes first, then intimidation. He had men follow Sarah, had her hotel room ransacked, had local contacts inform her that Uraba was dangerous for nosy foreigners. But Sarah had the protection of international attention. Her network back in the United States knew where she was, what she was investigating. She couldn't be disappeared as easily as a peasant farmer. So Lucho tried a different approach. He agreed to an interview, invited Sarah to Finca La Esperanza, gave her a tour of facilities that had been carefully staged to present the image of progressive management. He smiled his plastic smile, spoke in careful English about his commitment to workers' rights and sustainable practices. He showed her the school, the clinic, the housing he'd built. He introduced her to workers who'd been coached on what to say, who smiled with fear-tightened faces and praised their employer with the enthusiasm of hostages reading scripted pleas. Sarah wasn't fooled. Her journalist's instincts sensed the performance, could smell the terror beneath the staged prosperity. She thanked Lucho politely, accepted his propaganda materials, and continued her investigation with renewed determination. Her documentary was broadcast 6 months later on PBS in the United States. It was a damning portrait of the banana industry, featuring shadowy interviews with workers who testified about violence, exploitation, and murder. Lucho's name appeared repeatedly, always with the caveat that he denied all allegations and that no criminal charges had been filed. But the implications were clear. The Banana King's empire was built on bones. The documentary created waves that rippled through international trade. Activists began calling for boycotts of Colombian bananas. Multinational corporations that bought from Lucho's plantations faced public pressure to sever ties. The Colombian government, embarrassed by the international attention, announced investigations into labor practices in Uraba. Lucho watched his empire begin to crumble, felt the walls closing in with every news cycle. But he wasn't finished. Men like Lucho don't surrender easily. They've survived too long, committed too many sins to believe in redemption or justice. They fight until the end, scorched earth all the way down. He hired lawyers from Bogota and Miami, specialists in making evidence disappear and witnesses recant. He paid for counter-documentaries that portrayed him as a victim of American imperialism and leftist propaganda. He doubled down on his community charitable work, funding schools and medical clinics with blood money laundered through legitimate enterprises. The newspapers that accepted his advertising began running friendly profiles. The Banana King fighting back against false accusations, a businessman persecuted for his success. The investigations that were promised moved with the speed of bureaucracy drowning in corruption. Prosecutors assigned to the case found their progress blocked at every turn. Evidence went missing from police custody. Witnesses recanted their testimonies or fled the region entirely. The judges who might have issued warrants received messages, sometimes subtle, sometimes explicit, about the consequences of excessive zeal. But Lucho had made a critical error. In his focus on controlling the Colombian system, he'd underestimated international persistence. The U.S. Department of Justice had become interested in the case, particularly in the drug trafficking aspects. They began building a RICO case, using American laws to target a criminal enterprise that operated beyond Colombia's apparently compromised legal system. Federal agents began making quiet inquiries, gathering evidence from sources Lucho couldn't reach or intimidate. They interviewed workers who'd fled to the United States, collected testimonies from people who'd escaped the plantation's gravitational pull. They used satellite imagery to document facilities, tracked financial transactions through the international banking system, connected dots that Lucho had assumed were too scattered to form a pattern. Lucho learned about the investigation through one of his contacts in the Colombian government, a deputy minister who owed him favors but whose loyalty had limits. The news hit him like a machete to the chest. The Americans were building a case, and when Americans got involved, the usual methods of evasion became considerably more difficult. He considered his options with the cold calculus of a man who'd spent decades calculating human worth in units of profit and threat. He could flee. He had money stashed in offshore accounts, fake identities prepared, bolt holes in countries without extradition treaties. He could fight, hire better lawyers, apply more pressure, make the case so expensive and complicated that prosecutors might lose interest. Or he could eliminate the problem at its source, make the evidence and witnesses disappear so completely that the investigation would collapse under its own weight. Lucho being Lucho, he chose the third option. But this time, he wouldn't delegate the violence. He'd learned that subordinates could become liabilities, that every person who knew too much represented a potential crack in his armor. This had to be handled personally, comprehensively, with the ruthless efficiency that had built his empire. He began with his inner circle. El Tigre, who knew every body and every burial site, was invited to the compound for a private meeting. He never left. Fabio, the supervisor who'd witnessed the mass grave discovery, was sent on an errand to check a distant plantation and vanished somewhere along the jungle road. Carmen Ruiz, the schoolteacher whose silence was purchased with complicity, died in what was ruled a suicide. Pills and alcohol, a note that confessed to depression. One by one, Lucho was erasing his own history, killing the people who could testify against him. But each murder created new problems, New witnesses, new evidence. The disappearances were happening too quickly, too obviously. Even the corrupt police couldn't ignore the pattern. The American investigators noticed the sudden deaths and disappearances of potential witnesses, which only strengthened their resolve. Lucho's wife finally broke. She'd endured years of living with a monster, had numbed herself with pills and willful blindness, had become a prisoner in luxury. But watching her husband systematically murder his own associates triggered something. Maybe conscience, maybe self-preservation, maybe just the accumulated weight of too many horrors witnessed and ignored. She contacted Sarah Kendrick through an intermediary, arranged a secret meeting in Medellin, in a hotel room that felt like a confessional booth. Lucho's wife sat across from the journalist, her hands shaking, her face aged beyond her years, and she talked. She gave names, dates, details. She described the compound's layout, identified the locations where documents were hidden, provided bank account numbers and passwords. She handed over years of carefully hidden evidence. Photographs, recordings, financial records she'd secretly copied. "He'll kill me for this," she said, her voice hollow. "But I'm already dead. I've been dead for years. At least this way, the dying means something." Sarah smuggled the evidence out of Colombia, handed it directly to federal prosecutors in Miami. The case against Lucho exploded into comprehensive detail. They now had the financial trail, the organizational structure, testimonies from someone inside the operation. The indictment, when it came, was massive. Racketeering, drug trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering, witness tampering, and multiple counts of murder. Lucho learned about his wife's betrayal through the same networks that had always kept him informed. He was at the compound when the news reached him, standing in his office surrounded by the trappings of wealth that suddenly felt like the decorations of a tomb. His face went pale, then red, then settled into an expression of such concentrated hatred that the messenger stepped backward involuntarily. He found his wife in her quarters, packing a suitcase with trembling hands. She looked up when he entered, and in her eyes was something he'd never seen there before. Not fear, but liberation. She'd made her choice, had committed the unforgivable betrayal, and there was freedom in having nothing left to lose. "Why?" Lucho asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Because I could," she replied. "Because for once, I chose to be human instead of your accomplice. Because I want to sleep without seeing their faces." He could have killed her then. His hand moved to the pistol at his waist, fingers curling around the grip. But something stopped him. Maybe exhaustion, maybe the realization that killing her would change nothing, that the evidence was already beyond his reach. He stood there, a man who'd murdered dozens without hesitation, suddenly paralyzed by the recognition that his empire was collapsing and violence couldn't stop it. "They'll extradite me," he said. "Yes, I'll die in an American prison. If you're lucky, if the paramilitaries don't kill you first for becoming a liability, if the workers you tortured don't find you, if the families of your victims don't get to you." Lucho left the room without another word. He walked through his compound, this fortress he'd built to keep the world out and himself safe. The walls suddenly felt like prison walls. The guards were future witnesses. The luxury was evidence of crimes. Everything he'd built had become a cage. The Colombian authorities, pressured by American demands and unable to maintain the fiction of his innocence, issued an arrest warrant. But when police arrived at the compound with armored vehicles and tactical teams, they found it abandoned. Lucho had fled in the night, taking only cash and a single bag of clothes. His security team had scattered, unwilling to die protecting a man whose protection was worthless. The manhunt that followed was extensive but ultimately ineffective. Lucho had decades of experience evading consequences, knew every smuggling route and safe house in the region. He moved through the jungle like a ghost, staying ahead of pursuers, using the same networks that had once moved his cocaine and his victims. Reports placed him in Panama, then Venezuela, then Ecuador. Each sighting was investigated, each lead pursued, but Lucho remained elusive. The Americans offered a reward, $500,000 for information leading to his capture. The Colombian government added their own bounty. International warrants were issued. His face appeared on most wanted lists. But Lucho understood what the authorities didn't. In regions where law was negotiable and loyalty was purchased, a man with enough money and sufficient ruthlessness could disappear indefinitely. He'd spent years building relationships with the kind of people who specialized in making problems vanish. Now he became his own problem, vanishing himself with the same efficiency he'd used on his victims. Finca La Esperanza was seized by the government, its assets frozen pending investigation. Workers who'd been too terrified to speak began giving testimonies, their words tumbling out in cascades of accumulated trauma. The mass grave sites were excavated properly this time, forensic anthropologists documenting what Lucho had tried to hide. The body count climbed, 40 confirmed dead, then 60, then over 100. And those were just the remains that could be recovered and identified. The school was closed, its walls stripped of cheerful murals to reveal water damage and structural neglect. Carmen Ruiz's former students, now adults, came forward with stories that made investigators weep and harden in equal measure. The compound was converted into offices for the very agencies that had failed to stop Lucho for so long. A bureaucratic irony that satisfied no one. International audits revealed the scope of Lucho's empire. Shell companies in a dozen countries, bank accounts holding tens of millions of dollars, properties scattered across South America and the Caribbean. The wealth he'd extracted from suffering was staggering in its dimensions. Governments began the lengthy process of seizing assets, though lawyers would ensure that process took years and that much of the money would disappear into legal fees and administrative costs. The multinational corporations that had bought Lucho's bananas for decades issued statements expressing shock and promising to improve oversight. They claimed ignorance of the conditions, despite years of reports from labor organizations and human rights groups. Their stock prices barely flickered, the public attention was brief, the outrage temporary, the system designed to absorb scandal and continue unchanged. Sarah Kendrick won awards for her documentary. She gave speeches about justice and accountability, but privately she felt the hollowness of recognition without resolution. Lucho was still free, his victims still dead, the system that enabled him still fundamentally intact. Awards don't resurrect the murdered or untraumatize the survivors. Lucho's wife entered witness protection. Her identity changed, her past erased as thoroughly as her husband had erased his victims. She lived in an American suburb under a name that meant nothing, surrounded by neighbors who knew nothing of what she'd endured or enabled. Some nights she could almost forget. Other nights, she'd wake screaming, drowning in imaginary soil. The workers of Finca La Esperanza tried to rebuild. Some found jobs at other plantations, carrying their trauma to new fields. Others fled Uraba entirely, seeking distance from memories that geography couldn't actually diminish. A few stayed, working the same land where friends and family had been buried, because poverty makes people brave in ways courage never could. Years passed. The investigation continued in fits and starts, hampered by bureaucracy and the sheer complexity of prosecuting crimes that spanned decades and borders. Prosecutors built their case against a defendant they couldn't find, preparing for a trial that might never happen. And Lucho, the Banana King? He moved through the shadows of South America like a malignant rumor. Sightings were reported from the Amazon basin, from coastal cities, from mountain villages. Some were genuine, some were mistaken identity, some were invented by people hoping to claim the reward money. He became legend and ghost simultaneously. The monster who'd escaped justice, the criminal who'd beaten the system through sheer persistence and amorality. Those who claimed to have seen him described a changed man, thinner, grayer, paranoid in ways that went beyond strategic caution. Living as a fugitive had stripped away the veneer of respectability he'd spent years constructing. He was reduced to his essence. A predator in hiding, survival his only goal, looking over his shoulder at shadows that might be pursuers or might be ghosts. Some believed he was dead, killed by rivals, eliminated by former associates protecting their own secrets, or simply consumed by the jungle that had witnessed his crimes. Others insisted he was alive, living comfortably in a country without extradition, his money ensuring continued freedom. The truth was unknowable, lost in the fog that Lucho had spent his life generating. The fields of Finca La Esperanza still grew bananas. the plants indifferent to the horrors their soil contained. The fruit was harvested, packaged, shipped to distant countries where consumers would never know the blood that fertilized their breakfast. The workers still bent over the plants. Their machetes still sang rhythmic songs. Life continuing because it must, because bills need paying and children need feeding. But on certain nights, when the wind moved through the banana leaves with a sound like whispered confessions, the workers would pause in their evening routines and listen. They'd hear what might have been the jungle or what might have been something else. The accumulated weight of unpunished sins, the cries of victims who'd never received justice, the echoes of a monster who turned paradise into hell and walked away laughing. Lucio Platano remained free, his story unfinished, his reckoning perpetually delayed. And perhaps that was the most terrifying truth of all, that evil doesn't always face consequences, that justice is often a comforting story we tell ourselves rather than a guaranteed outcome, that monsters sometimes win simply by outlasting the memory of their victims. The Banana King had built his empire on bones and blood, had destroyed dozens if not hundreds of lives, had corrupted systems designed to prevent exactly his kind of predation. And his punishment was to live in hiding, wealthy and free, while his victims remained dead and their families remained broken. This is where the story should end, with justice served, the villain captured, the evil contained. But reality rarely provides such satisfying conclusions. Instead, we're left with uncertainty and frustration, with the knowledge that somewhere, a monster still breathes free air and sleeps in comfortable beds, his dreams troubled only by consequences that never quite arrive. The workers of Yoruba know this truth intimately. They live it every day, working fields that remember everything and reveal nothing. They've learned that survival sometimes means accepting that justice is a luxury they can't afford, that speaking truth to power often just gets you killed, that the system protects those it was designed to constrain. And so the bananas grow, the harvest continues, the trucks carry their loads to distant ports. The world eats its fruit and asks no questions about the soil that nourished it. Lucio Platano remains a shadow, neither fully present nor definitively gone. A ghost who haunts not through death but through the persistent, infuriating fact of his continued existence. This is the story of the Banana King, a man who transformed agricultural enterprise into genocidal machinery, who treated human beings as disposable resources, who corrupted everything he touched and escaped accountability through wealth, violence, and the systematic failure of institutions that should have stopped him. He's still out there, somewhere, the monster who hunted and was never caught, the evil that prosperity protected, the nightmare that daylight couldn't dispel. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, the Bandali Debs case. Some fathers protect their daughters from the world. This one protected the world from his daughter. She walked free from a slaughterhouse of her own making, and the law helped her wash the blood away. We're descending into the darkest corner of suburban Australia tonight, where a teenage girl turned her family home into an execution chamber. This isn't a story about a monster lurking in shadows. This is about a monster who smiled at the dinner table, who kissed her parents goodnight, who calculated every scream, every stab, every drop of blood with the precision of a surgeon and the soul of something unhuman. Bandali Debs didn't just commit murder. She orchestrated a massacre so depraved, so meticulously cruel, that even seasoned homicide detectives walked out of that house and vomited in the street. What you're about to hear will claw its way into your mind and nest there. Because the most terrifying truth isn't what she did. It's what she felt while doing it. Nothing. Western Sydney, 1992. The Debs family lived in a modest brick home in Greenacre, an unremarkable suburb where neighbors knew each other's names and children played cricket in cul-de-sacs until the streetlights flickered on. To anyone watching from the outside, they seemed ordinary. A hard-working father, a devoted mother, and their teenage daughter navigating the turbulent waters of adolescence. But inside that house, something was rotting, something patient, something waiting, Bandali Michael Debs was a 17-year-old girl with dark hair and darker appetites. Friends described her as charismatic, the kind of person who could light up a room when she wanted to. But there was always something off about her smile. It never quite reached her eyes. Those who knew her well noticed the way she studied people, the way she cataloged their weaknesses like a predator memorizing the patterns of prey. She wasn't just observing the world around her. She was hunting through it, searching for something that would satisfy the emptiness gnawing at her insides. Her parents, Michael and Yvonne Debs, were Lebanese immigrants who had built their life in Australia through decades of sacrifice and labor. Michael worked long hours to provide for his family, his hands calloused from years of manual work, his back permanently bent from carrying burdens both literal and metaphorical. Yvonne was a woman of routine and faith, someone who believed that love and structure could guide any child through darkness. They didn't understand that their daughter wasn't lost in darkness. She was becoming it. Bandali's relationship with her parents had deteriorated into something toxic and volatile. She rebelled against their rules, their expectations, their very existence. But this wasn't typical teenage defiance. This was something colder, something calculated. She began experimenting with drugs, falling into crowds that fed her worst impulses rather than challenging them. She started dating a man named John Habib, someone older, someone willing to indulge her fantasies, even the ones that whispered of violence. The fights at home escalated. Michael tried to rein in his daughter with discipline and restrictions. Yvonne pleaded and prayed, hoping that love would eventually break through whatever wall Bandali had built around herself. But every conversation became a battlefield, every interaction another layer of resentment hardening into something irreversible. Bandali wasn't just angry at her parents. She was learning to hate them with a focus that bordered on obsession. What her parents didn't know, what they couldn't have possibly understood, was that their daughter had crossed a threshold that most humans never even approach. She had begun fantasizing about their deaths, not in fleeting moments of teenage rage, but in detailed, elaborate scenarios that she replayed in her mind like favorite movies. She imagined what their faces would look like when they realized what was happening. She wondered how long they would beg. She calculated how much pain she could inflict before life finally drained away. And then she met the people who would help her transform those fantasies into reality. John Habib became more than just a boyfriend. He became an accomplice, someone who didn't flinch when Bandali spoke about murder with the casual tone most people reserve for discussing dinner plans. She told him what she wanted to do. She described it in detail. And instead of running, instead of calling for help, he listened. He nodded. He agreed. But Bandali needed more than just one person. She needed a team. She recruited her best friend, Rosemary Debussy, a young woman who worshipped Bandali with the blind devotion of someone who mistakes cruelty for strength. Rosemary would do anything Bandali asked. No questions, no hesitation. Then came Habib's friend, two brothers named Joseph and John Khoury, young men who were drawn to violence the way moths are drawn to flames. They didn't need much convincing. The idea of murder excited them, gave them a sense of power they'd never felt before. The group began planning. This wasn't going to be a crime of passion or a moment of rage. This was going to be an execution, meticulously choreographed and brutally efficient. Bandali wanted her parents to suffer. She wanted them to know it was her. She wanted to watch the life drain from their eyes while they processed the ultimate betrayal, that the daughter they loved, the child they had sacrificed everything for, was the one ending their lives. They chose April 18th, 1992, as the date. Bandali's 18th birthday was approaching, and she wanted this as her gift to herself. Freedom purchased with her parents' blood. The plan was simple in its horror. Break into the house while her parents slept, incapacitate them, and then take their time destroying them. The days leading up to the murder were ordinary. Michael went to work. Yvonne cleaned and cooked. Bandali smiled and made small talk, her mind running through the plan over and over again, refining details, anticipating problems. She felt no guilt, no second thoughts, no flicker of love or regret. She felt excitement. She felt anticipation. She felt alive in a way she never had before. Her parents noticed nothing. They saw their troubled daughter and hoped she was finally maturing, finally settling down. They didn't notice the way she studied them at dinner, memorizing their routines. They didn't see the coldness in her eyes when she kissed them goodnight. They had no idea they were living with someone who had already dug their graves. April 18th arrived with clear skies and mild temperatures. A perfect autumn day in Sydney. Michael came home from work tired but content. Yvonne prepared dinner, moving through her kitchen with the practiced efficiency of someone who had made these same dishes thousands of times. Bandali sat in her room, waiting for darkness, waiting for her accomplices to arrive, waiting to become something irredeemable. As the sun set over Greenacre, as neighbors settled into their evening routines of television and conversation, as the world continued its oblivious rotation, Bandali Debs made her final preparations. She gathered the weapons, knives from her mother's kitchen, tools from her father's garage, implements of torture that would soon be baptized in blood. She called her accomplices to confirm timing. She took one last look around her childhood home, at the photographs on walls, at the evidence of her parents' love and sacrifice. And she felt nothing but hunger. The house was quiet when John Habib, Joseph Curry, and John Curry arrived just after midnight. Rosemary Debussy was already inside with Bandali, both girls vibrating with adrenaline and something darker, something that doesn't have a name in polite language. Michael and Yvonne were asleep in their bedroom, exhausted from another day of labor and worry, completely unaware that their daughter had become their executioner. Bandali led them through the darkness of her home, navigating by memory, moving with purpose. She brought them to her parents' bedroom door. She pressed her finger to her lips, signaling silence. She reached for the doorknob, and she smiled. What happened next would become one of the most brutal murders in Australian criminal history. A slaughter so savage, so prolonged, so utterly devoid of mercy that it would haunt everyone who encountered its aftermath. Michael and Yvonne Debs were about to experience a betrayal so profound that it transcends normal human understanding. Their daughter was going to murder them. Slowly, the door opened with a whisper, and the killing began. Michael Debs woke to the sensation of bodies piling onto him, hands pinning his arms, weight crushing the air from his lungs. In that first confused moment between sleep and consciousness, his brain couldn't process what was happening. Then he heard Yvonne screaming, and everything snapped into horrifying focus. His bedroom had filled with intruders, shapes moving in darkness, and his wife was thrashing beside him, her voice raw with terror. But the worst part, the detail that would have shattered his mind if he'd had time to process it, was seeing his daughter's face hovering above him in the dim light. Bandali wasn't being attacked. She wasn't afraid. She was smiling. The group had brought everything they needed for a prolonged torture session. Knives, bats, electrical cords, and something more valuable than any weapon. Time. They had all night. The house was theirs. The parents were trapped. And Bandali had very specific instructions about what she wanted done. Joseph Curry moved on Michael first, driving his fist into the older man's face with enough force to split skin and crack bone. Michael's nose exploded in a spray of blood that painted the bedsheets and walls. He tried to fight back, tried to protect his wife, but he was outnumbered and overwhelmed. These weren't random thieves or strangers acting on impulse. These were young people who had come specifically to torture him to death, and they approached their work with enthusiasm. They dragged Michael from the bed and threw him to the floor. Yvonne's screams intensified, her voice breaking as she called out for mercy, for help, for someone to explain why this was happening. Bandali moved to her mother and crouched down, bringing her face close enough that Yvonne could see her daughter's expression clearly. "Shut up," Bandali hissed, her voice devoid of emotion, flat and cold as winter stone. She wanted her mother to understand that no amount of begging would change what was about to happen. This wasn't a robbery or a home invasion. This was an execution, and the executioner was someone Yvonne had carried in her womb, nursed at her breast, loved without condition for 17 years. John Habib began kicking Michael in the ribs, each impact producing sounds like breaking wood. Michael curled into a defensive position, his body acting on instinct even as his mind struggled to comprehend the nightmare he'd fallen into. Blood filled his mouth. his vision blurred. He could hear Yvonne sobbing, could hear his daughter giving instructions to her friends, her voice calm and focused, as if she were directing a school project rather than orchestrating her parents' murder. They forced Michael into a chair and bound him with electrical cords, wrapping them around his wrists and ankles with enough pressure to cut off circulation. His hands began turning purple, swelling against the restraints. He looked up at the people surrounding him, his daughter's boyfriend, young men he'd never met, and Bandali herself, standing back and watching with the critical eye of a director evaluating a performance. "Not tight enough," she said, gesturing to his restraints. "I want him to feel everything." Joseph Corey tightened the cords until Michael groaned in agony, the thin plastic biting into flesh, compressing nerves. On the bed, Rosemary and John held Yvonne down, forcing her to watch as they prepared to torture her husband. Bandali wanted her mother to witness Michael's destruction before experiencing her own. She wanted Yvonne to understand the depth of her daughter's hatred, to feel it settle into her bones like ice water. The beating continued with systematic brutality. They used baseball bats to shatter Michael's knees, each swing producing a sound like a rifle shot followed by Michael's screams. They broke his fingers one by one, bending them back until bones snapped and joints dislocated. They stubbed out cigarettes on his skin, leaving constellation patterns of burns across his chest and arms. And through it all, Bandali watched, occasionally offering suggestions, sometimes laughing at her father's pain. Michael begged. He pleaded for his life, for his wife's life, for some explanation of what he'd done to deserve this. He apologized for being too strict, for not understanding, for whatever imagined failures had led to this moment. But Bandali offered no answers, no closure, no final conversation. She didn't want his apologies or his understanding. She wanted his suffering. Yvonne's mind was beginning to fragment under the horror of watching her husband being tortured to death. She prayed in Arabic, her words tumbling out in a desperate stream, calling on God to intervene, to wake her from this nightmare, to strike down the monsters attacking her family. But God wasn't coming. No one was coming. The neighbors heard nothing, or if they did, they mistook screams for television, for arguments, for anything other than murder. After more than an hour of torture, Michael could no longer scream. His voice had given out, his throat raw and damaged. His face was unrecognizable, swollen into a mask of bruises and lacerations. Several of his teeth had been knocked out. His body was shutting down, going into shock, beginning the process of dying. But Bandali wasn't satisfied yet. She picked up one of the knives from her mother's kitchen, a long blade that Yvonne had used to prepare thousands of meals for her family, and approached her father. Michael's eyes tracked her movement, the last spark of consciousness registering his daughter's approach. He tried to speak, but only blood bubbled from his lips. "Bandali?" Yvonne sobbed from the bed, her voice breaking. "Please, we love you. We always loved you. Please stop this." Bandali turned to look at her mother, and for just a moment, Yvonne saw something flicker across her daughter's face. Not regret or mercy, but annoyance, as if Yvonne's pleas were interrupting her concentration. Then Bandali turned back to Michael and drove the knife into his chest. She stabbed him again, and again, and again. The knife rose and fell with mechanical precision, each thrust puncturing organs, severing vessels, filling cavities with blood. Michael's body jerked with each impact, his nervous system firing its final desperate signals. Blood sprayed across Bandali's face and clothes, warm and sticky, and she didn't flinch, didn't pause, didn't show any sign of humanity. When Michael finally stopped moving, when his eyes glazed over and his body went limp, Bandali stepped back and surveyed her work. Her father's corpse was slumped in the chair, held upright only by the cords binding him. Blood pooled beneath the chair and soaked into the carpet. The room looked like an abattoir, smelled like copper and open bowels. Bandali turned to her mother. "Your turn." Yvonne's screams reached a pitch that barely sounded human, a sound of pure existential terror that came from watching her husband murdered and knowing she was next. The group descended on her like wolves on wounded prey. They dragged her from the bed and threw her beside Michael's corpse, forcing her to look at what remained of the man she'd spent her life with. The torture of Yvonne Debs lasted even longer than Michael's. Bandali wanted her mother to suffer more, to pay for every rule, every restriction, every moment of discipline. They beat her with bats and fists. They cut her with knives, making shallow slices that maximized pain while prolonging life. They burned her skin. They violated every boundary of human decency. Yvonne begged her daughter to remember their life together, to remember being a child, to remember love. She tried to reach whatever part of Bandali might still be human, might still be capable of mercy. But Bandali had excised those parts of herself long ago, cut them out with the same precision she was using to destroy her mother. After hours of torture, Yvonne was dying. Her body couldn't sustain any more damage. She was bleeding internally and externally, organs failing, consciousness fading. Bandali knelt beside her mother and looked into her eyes, watching the life drain away, watching the light dim. "I never loved you," Bandali whispered. "I never loved either of you." Those were the last words Yvonne Debs heard before Bandali slit her throat. The killing was finished. The house fell silent except for heavy breathing and the drip of blood from furniture to floor. Two people who had committed no crime except loving their daughter too much lay butchered in their own bedroom. And Bandali Debs, now 18 years old, stood in the carnage she'd orchestrated and felt something close to satisfaction. But the night wasn't over. They still had to dispose of the bodies. Dawn was breaking over Sydney when Bandali and her accomplices finally finished cleaning up. The bedroom looked like something from a war zone, blood soaked into every surface, the air thick with the metallic scent of death. Michael and Yvonne's bodies had been moved, wrapped in sheets and blankets, reduced from human beings with dreams and histories to objects that needed disposal. The group stood in the wreckage of what had been a family home, adrenaline fading, the reality of what they'd done beginning to settle into their consciousness. Joseph and John Curry were smoking cigarettes, their hands trembling slightly. Rosemary sat on the couch, her face pale, shock beginning to override the excitement she'd felt hours earlier. John Habib paced, running through the plan for disposal, checking details. Only Bandali seemed completely calm. She moved through the house with purpose, gathering items she wanted to keep, already thinking about her new life without parents, without restrictions. She'd gotten exactly what she wanted, freedom purchased with blood. The fact that two people who loved her were dead in the next room registered as nothing more than a necessary transaction. They loaded the bodies into Michael's car, wrapping them in additional tarps and sheets to prevent blood from staining the upholstery. The irony wasn't lost on any of them. They were using the victim's own vehicle to transport his corpse. Bandali climbed into the passenger seat beside John Habib, who was driving. The Curry brothers followed in another vehicle. Rosemary stayed behind to continue cleaning the house. They drove south, out of the suburbs, and toward more remote areas where bodies could be hidden. The sun was fully up now, morning traffic beginning to crowd the roads. They passed other cars filled with people heading to work, to school, to ordinary lives that didn't include disposing of murdered parents. If anyone looked at them, they saw nothing unusual. Just young people in a car, music playing, windows down, everything normal. They reached a secluded area in bushland outside the city and began the grim work of disposal. Using shovels they'd brought, they dug shallow graves in the hard Australian earth. Took hours. The physical labor was exhausting, and several times they had to stop when other people approached, hikers or locals passing through. Each time, they pretended to be picnicking or exploring, their smiles hiding the corpses wrapped in tarps nearby. Finally, the graves were deep enough. They rolled Michael's body in first, the wrapped form tumbling into the hole with a muffled thud. Then Yvonne, deposited beside her husband even in death. They filled in the graves quickly, covering the evidence of their crime with dirt and rocks and fallen branches. When they finished, the area looked relatively undisturbed, just two patches of slightly disturbed earth that could be explained by animal activity or erosion. They returned to the house in Greenacre. Rosemary had done her best to clean, but there was only so much that could be accomplished. Blood had seeped into floorboards and walls. The The smell of death lingered despite opened windows and cleaning products. The house itself seemed to know what had happened, seemed to hold onto the horror in its very structure. Bandali's plan was simple but bold. Report her parents as missing persons. She would tell police that they'd left for a trip and never returned, that she was a worried daughter desperate for answers. She would cry on camera. She would plead for help. She would lie with the same ease she'd used to plan murder. For several days, the plan seemed to be working. Bandali reported her parents missing to the police. She gave interviews to local news stations, her face contorted in fake concern, her voice trembling with manufactured emotion. She described her parents as loving people who would never just disappear. She begged anyone with information to come forward. Her performance was nearly perfect. The devastated daughter, holding on to hope, praying for her parents' safe return. But police investigators are trained to recognize patterns, and missing person cases involving entire families always raise red flags. Detective Senior Constable Paul Quigg was assigned to the case, a seasoned investigator with decades of experience and an instinct for detecting lies. Something about Bandali's story didn't sit right with him. The details were too vague. Her emotions seemed performative rather than genuine. And when he began digging into her background, he discovered a troubled teenager with a history of violence and drug abuse. Quigg began interviewing Bandali's friends and associates. Most claimed to know nothing, but a few stories didn't align. There were rumors of threats Bandali had made against her parents. There were witnesses who'd heard her talking about wanting them dead. John Habib became nervous under questioning, his answers contradictory and suspicious. The Khoury brothers were known to police already, young men with violent tendencies and criminal records. The investigation tightened around Bandali like a noose. Forensic teams examined the Debs house and found traces of blood that had survived the cleaning efforts. They discovered signs of struggle in the bedroom. They found evidence that bodies had been moved. The story of a voluntary trip was disintegrating under scrutiny. 6 days after the murder, John Habib cracked. The pressure of police questioning, the weight of knowing he'd participated in a double homicide, the fear of spending his life in prison. It all became too much. He confessed everything to investigators, providing details only someone present could know. He described the planning, the weapons, the torture, the disposal of bodies. He gave up the location of the graves. Police descended on the burial site Habib identified. Using cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar, they confirmed the presence of human remains. Excavation began carefully, forensic teams documenting every detail. When they finally unearthed the bodies of Michael and Yvonne Debs, wrapped in their bloody shrouds, even hardened investigators felt sick. The level of violence inflicted on these victims was extraordinary, the betrayal by their own daughter incomprehensible. Bandali Debs was arrested on April 24, 1992, 6 days after murdering her parents. When police came for her, she showed no emotion, no surprise, no fear. She exercised her right to silence and refused to make any statement. Even when confronted with Habib's confession, with the physical evidence, with the recovered bodies, she remained stone-faced and silent. The others were arrested in rapid succession. Joseph and John Khoury, Rosemary Debussy, all taken into custody, all charged with murder. The media coverage was immediate and intense. Australians were horrified by the details emerging from the case. A teenage girl orchestrating her parents' torture and murder, recruiting friends to help, showing no remorse. It seemed like something from a horror movie, not real life in suburban Sydney. The legal proceedings would take months to unfold, but investigators had what they needed. Confessions, physical evidence, bodies, motive. They had built an airtight case against Bandali Debs and her accomplices. What they didn't have was any explanation that made sense of the cruelty involved. Bandali's hatred of her parents couldn't fully explain the hours of torture, the deliberate prolonging of their suffering. Teenage rebellion couldn't account for the cold calculation she displayed. Psychologists who evaluated Bandali found her to be intelligent, articulate, and completely lacking in empathy. She showed no signs of psychosis or delusion. She'd known exactly what she was doing and had chosen to do it anyway. Some suggested she exhibited traits of antisocial personality disorder, that capacity for violence and lack of remorse that marks certain individuals as fundamentally different from normal humans. But diagnostic labels couldn't explain the depth of evil demonstrated in that bedroom in Greenacre. As the case built toward trial, public outrage intensified. People wanted justice for Michael and Yvonne, two immigrants who'd worked their entire lives to build something better for their family, only to be butchered by the daughter they loved. There were calls for maximum sentences, for showing these young killers no mercy. But the Australian legal system had complications that would frustrate those seeking clear justice. Bandali's age, just turned 18, meant her case existed in a gray area between juvenile and adult court. And Rosemary Debussy's participation, while significant, was less directly involved in the actual killing, which would affect her sentencing. The complexity of having multiple defendants with varying levels of culpability meant that outcomes would vary dramatically. John Habib's cooperation with police earned him consideration as a state witness. His confession had broken the case open, had led to the recovery of bodies and the arrests of all involved. Prosecutors had to balance punishing his participation against rewarding his eventual honesty. It was a calculus that would leave many feeling that true justice was impossible. But before any of that could be determined, the case had to go to trial. Evidence had to be presented. Witnesses had to testify. And Bandali Debs, the architect of this horror, would finally have to face what she'd done. Not in moral terms, because she seemed incapable of remorse, but in legal terms, where consequences couldn't be avoided or manipulated. The courtroom would become a theater for horror, where ordinary people serving on juries would be forced to confront the worst of human capacity, where families of victims would sit meters away from the person who'd destroyed their loved ones, where justice, imperfect and incomplete, would attempt to balance an equation that could never truly be balanced. 2 people were dead. 5 young people had destroyed their own lives and the lives of countless others. And the question that would haunt everyone involved was simple but unanswerable. How does a daughter become capable of murdering her parents? What breaks inside a human being to allow that level of betrayal? The trial was about to provide some answers, but the answers would be more disturbing than anyone anticipated. The trial of Bandali Debs and her accomplices began in the Supreme Court of New South Wales in 1993, more than a year after the murders. The delay had allowed prosecutors to build their case meticulously, to organize evidence, to prepare witnesses, to construct a narrative that would help a jury understand the incomprehensible. But no amount of preparation could fully capture the horror of what had happened in that house in Greenacre. The courtroom was packed every day with journalists, true crime enthusiasts, and members of the public desperate to understand how something this evil could emerge from an ordinary suburb. Security was tight. The defendants were kept separated, each with their own legal team, each pursuing their own strategy for minimizing sentences. The prosecution's case was devastating in its detail. They presented forensic evidence documenting the severity of injuries inflicted on Michael and Yvonne Debs. Medical examiners testified about the prolonged nature of the torture, explaining how the victims would have experienced increasing agony over hours before death finally arrived as a mercy. Crime scene photographs, shown only to the jury, documented the blood-soaked bedroom, the broken furniture, the evidence of desperate struggle. John Habib testified for the prosecution, describing in clinical detail the planning and execution of the murders. His testimony lasted days, and observers noted how he seemed disconnected from his own words, as if describing something he'd watched rather than participated in. He detailed Bandali's role as the mastermind, her specific instructions about how she wanted her parents tortured, her lack of emotion throughout the killings. The Khoury brothers chose not to testify, exercising their right to silence. Their defense attorneys argued that they'd been manipulated by Bandali, led astray by a charismatic and evil influence. They painted their clients as followers rather than leaders, as young men with troubled backgrounds who'd made a catastrophic choice under someone else's direction. It was a strategy aimed at reducing sentences rather than claiming innocence. The evidence was too overwhelming for anything else. Rosemary Debussy's defense took a similar approach, but with additional emphasis on her youth and her psychological dependence on Bandali's approval. Her attorneys presented expert testimony about adolescent brain development, about how young people are susceptible to peer pressure and manipulation. They argued that Rosemary had been present but not actively violent, that she'd held Yvonne down but hadn't wielded weapons or struck blows. But all eyes were on Bandali Debs. Now 19 years old, she sat through the trial with an expression that observers described as bored, detached, occasionally annoyed by the proceedings. She showed no emotion when crime scene photographs were discussed. She didn't cry when witnesses described her parents' final moments. She treated the trial as an inconvenience rather than a reckoning. Her defense team faced an almost impossible task. The evidence of her guilt was overwhelming. Multiple witnesses, including her own co-defendants, had placed her at the center of the planning and execution. Forensic evidence proved the murders had occurred in her home. Her own words, recorded by witnesses before the crime, established premeditation and motive. So her defense didn't argue innocence. Instead, they focused on diminished responsibility, on psychological factors that might explain, if not excuse, her actions. They brought in psychiatrists who diagnosed her with various personality disorders, who testified about her troubled relationship with her parents, who painted a picture of a young woman whose capacity for normal human emotion had been compromised by factors beyond her control. The prosecution's rebuttal was sharp and focused. Yes, Bandali had psychological issues. Yes, her relationship with her parents was troubled. But millions of teenagers struggle with family conflict and mental health challenges without resorting to murder. What Bandali did wasn't the result of illness or circumstance. It was a choice, calculated and deliberate, executed with full knowledge of its moral and legal implications. They pointed to the planning, the recruitment of accomplices, the hours spent torturing rather than quickly killing. They argued that someone acting on impulse or in the grip of mental illness doesn't organize a murder team and prepare weapons in advance. Bandali knew exactly what she was doing, understood it was wrong, and chose to do it anyway. That was the definition of criminal responsibility, regardless of any psychological diagnoses. The trial lasted weeks, and the jury deliberated for days. When they returned with their verdicts, the courtroom held its collective breath. For Bandali Debs, the verdict was guilty of 2 counts of murder. For John Habib, guilty but with considerations for cooperation. For Joseph and John Curry, guilty of murder. For Rosemary Debussy, guilty of manslaughter, her reduced charge reflecting her lesser physical participation. Sentencing came days later. Justice became arithmetic, an attempt to assign numerical value to human lives destroyed. Bandali Debs received a life sentence with a non-parole period of 20 years. In Australia's legal system, this meant she would be eligible for parole consideration in 2012, at age 38. The sentence provoked immediate outrage. 20 years for torturing her parents to death, 20 years for orchestrating one of the most brutal murders in Australian history. But the judge's hands were tied by sentencing guidelines and the defendant's age at the time of the crime. Australian law treats young offenders differently, with emphasis on rehabilitation over pure punishment. The judge acknowledged the horror of the crimes while noting that Bandali had been barely 18 when she committed them, that life sentences for young offenders had to include the possibility of eventual release. The Curry brothers received similar sentences, life with 20-year non-parole periods. John Habib, because of his cooperation with police, received a reduced sentence of 18 years with a 13-year non-parole period. Rosemary Debussy, convicted of the lesser charge of manslaughter, received 15 years with a 10-year non-parole period. The victim's extended family was devastated. Michael's brother gave a statement to media outside the courthouse, his voice breaking as he described 2 gentle people who'd harmed no one, who'd worked their entire lives to give their daughter opportunities, who'd loved her unconditionally until the moment she killed them. He called the sentences inadequate, said that no amount of prison time could balance the scales of justice. But the sentences were final, and the defendants were transported to various correctional facilities across New South Wales to begin serving their time. Bandali Debs disappeared into the prison system, becoming just another inmate number, another file in Australia's criminal justice bureaucracy. Years passed. The case faded from immediate public consciousness, replaced by newer horrors and more recent tragedies. But those who knew the details never forgot. The detectives who investigated the murders carried the case with them, the images of that bedroom permanently etched into their memories. The prosecutors moved on to other cases but considered Bandali Debs one of the most purely evil individuals they'd ever encountered. Inside prison, Bandali adapted to institutional life. Reports from correctional officers indicated she was a model prisoner, compliant with rules, causing no trouble, participating in educational programs. She earned certificates and credentials, demonstrating the intelligence everyone had always known she possessed. But staff noted something disturbing. She never expressed remorse. In all the years of her incarceration, she never acknowledged that what she'd done was wrong. She treated prison as an inconvenience, a temporary interruption of her life, rather than a consequence of her choices. In 2012, 20 years after the murders, Bandali Debs became eligible for parole. Her case came before the parole board, which had to balance rehabilitation evidence against the severity of her crimes. She'd completed her minimum sentence. She'd been a model prisoner. She'd participated in all required programs. But the nature of her crimes, the premeditated torture and murder of her own parents, weighed heavily against release. The parole board denied her application. They cited lack of demonstrated remorse, concern about risk to the community, and the extraordinarily violent nature of her crimes. Bandali would remain in prison. She applied again in subsequent years, each time presenting evidence of her continued good behavior and institutional adjustment. Each time, the board denied parole, unable to find sufficient evidence that she'd genuinely changed, that she understood the moral dimension of what she'd done, that she could be safely released into society. Rosemary Debussy was released on parole in 2002 after serving her minimum 10 years. She disappeared from public view, reportedly changing her name and rebuilding her life far from Sydney. John Habib was paroled in 2005 after serving 13 years. The Khoury brothers remained in prison longer, finally being released on parole in the mid-2010s after serving their full minimum sentences. But Bandali Debs remained behind bars, her applications for parole repeatedly rejected. The system that had sentenced her with the possibility of rehabilitation now seemed to acknowledge what everyone who'd studied her case already knew. Some people don't rehabilitate. Some people lack the fundamental capacity for moral growth that rehabilitation requires. Psychologists who evaluated her over the years noted a consistent pattern. Bandali understood intellectually what she'd done wrong. She could articulate the legal and social transgressions, could explain why society condemned her actions. But she never demonstrated emotional understanding. She never cried for her parents. She never expressed genuine remorse. In therapy sessions, she discussed the murders with the same detachment someone might use to describe a movie they'd watched years ago. One psychiatrist's report, leaked to media years later, contained a chilling assessment. The subject demonstrates sophisticated understanding of social expectations regarding remorse and rehabilitation. She can perform the behaviors associated with these concepts. However, there is no evidence of authentic emotional processing regarding her victims. She views her incarceration as unfair punishment for actions that seemed logical to her at the time. She has learned to hide this perspective, but it remains her genuine belief. The families of Michael and Yvonne Debs attended every parole hearing, providing victim impact statements that described the continuing devastation of losing their loved ones to such brutal violence. They talked about grandchildren who never got to meet their grandparents. They spoke of holidays forever tainted by grief. They described the nightmares that still plagued them decades later, images of what Michael and Yvonne must have experienced in their final hours. One of Michael's nephews, now middle-aged, gave a particularly powerful statement at a hearing in 2018. He described his uncle as a man who'd fled war in Lebanon to build a peaceful life in Australia, who'd worked with his hands until they were permanently scarred from labor, who'd saved every dollar to give his daughter opportunities he'd never had. He died believing his child hated him, the nephew said, his voice steady despite tears streaming down his face. That's what Bandali stole from him. Not just his life, but his peace, his belief in love and family. She turned his final hours into hell. And she still doesn't care. The parole board members listened to these statements, reviewed the evidence, examined Bandali's prison records, and continued denying release. As of the most recent hearing, Bandali Debs remains incarcerated, having served more than 30 years for the murders of Michael and Yvonne Debs. She is now in her early 50s, most of her life spent behind bars, with no clear path to freedom. The case continues to fascinate criminologists and true crime researchers. It represents an extreme example of familial murder, of what happens when normal family dysfunction crosses into something irredeemable. Experts have studied the case trying to identify warning signs, trying to understand what differentiates typical teenage rebellion from homicidal intent. Some point to Bandali's early behavior, her lack of empathy, her manipulation of others, her escalating violence. Others focus on family dynamics, though this explanation seems inadequate given that millions of families have conflict without producing murderers. The most honest assessment is probably the most unsatisfying. Some people are simply wired differently, lack the capacity for normal human bonding and morality, and will cause catastrophic harm if given the opportunity. The house in Greenacre where the murders occurred stood empty for years. No one wanted to buy a property where such horror had unfolded. Eventually, it was purchased by developers who demolished the structure entirely, building a new home on the lot with no physical connection to the past. But neighbors remember. Older residents still point out the property to newcomers, still tell the story of what happened there in hushed tones. The case changed Australian conversations about juvenile offenders and rehabilitation. While most young offenders do successfully reintegrate into society after serving sentences, Bandali Debs became the example people pointed to when arguing that some crimes transcend age-based considerations. The torture and murder of her parents wasn't the act of a confused teenager. It was the act of someone fundamentally dangerous regardless of age. Legal reforms in subsequent years reflected this understanding, giving judges more discretion in sentencing young offenders who commit particularly heinous crimes. The Bandali Debs case became precedent, a cautionary tale about mistaking youth for innocence. In prison, Bandali has become something of a legend among inmates and staff. The girl who killed her parents, who showed no remorse, who might never be released. Younger inmates sometimes approach her with a mixture of fear and fascination, seeing in her something they can't quite articulate. She's polite but distant, maintaining few friendships, spending her time reading, exercising, existing in a strange limbo between punishment and permanence. Officers who've worked with her over the years describe her as eerily normal in most interactions. She's intelligent and articulate. She follows rules. She doesn't cause problems. But there's something fundamentally hollow about her, as if she's mimicking human behavior rather than experiencing it authentically. One longtime guard said in an interview, "You look in her eyes and there's just nothing there. She's learned to smile and make small talk, but it's all performance. Whatever makes most people human, she doesn't have it." The question that haunted investigators 30 years ago remains unanswered. What creates someone like Bandali Debs? Was she born missing something fundamental, or did her upbringing somehow extinguish her capacity for love and empathy? The nature versus nurture debate finds its darkest expression in cases like this, where explanations feel simultaneously crucial and inadequate. Michael and Yvonne Debs are buried together in a cemetery in Western Sydney, their graves marked with a simple headstone that identifies them as loving parents and devoted partners. Family members still visit regularly, leaving flowers and sitting in silence beside the graves. The extended family never speaks publicly about Bandali, never acknowledges her existence. As far as they're concerned, the daughter who murdered her parents died the same night her victims did. In the years since the murders, Australia has seen other cases of children killing parents, tragedies that inevitably resurrect comparisons to Bandali Debs. Each time, the media revisits her case, interviews detectives who worked it, examines what lessons might be learned. But the lesson seems to be simply this: evil exists. It doesn't always announce itself with obvious symptoms. Sometimes it hides behind a daughter's smile, waits patiently for opportunity, then strikes with calculated precision. The final chapter of Bandali Debs' story hasn't been written yet. She continues applying for parole every few years, continues being denied, continues aging in prison with no clear end in sight. She may die behind bars, her entire adult life spent paying for those hours of violence in 1992. Or she may eventually convince a parole board that she's changed, that decades of good behavior have earned her release, that the young woman who tortured her parents to death no longer exists. But those who knew Michael and Yvonne, who saw the crime scene photographs, who heard the details of what was done to two innocent people, believe that Bandali Debs should never walk free. They believe that some crimes permanently forfeit the right to freedom, that some betrayals are so profound they can never be forgiven or absolved through time served. On April 18th each year, the anniversary of the murders, family members gather to remember Michael and Yvonne Debs. They share stories about them, keep their memories alive, refuse to let them be defined only by how they died. They talk about Michael's work ethic and terrible jokes, about Yvonne's cooking and fierce love for her family. They remember them as people, not just victims. And somewhere in a prison cell, Bandali Debs marks another year of her sentence. Another year removed from the night she destroyed her family and her own life. Whether she thinks about her parents, whether she ever experiences anything resembling remorse, remains known only to her. The girl who killed her parents has become a woman defined by that killing, her entire existence reduced to one horrific act that can never be undone. The Bandali Debs case stands as one of the most disturbing examples of familial murder in Australian history, not because of the violence alone, but because of what that violence revealed about the capacity for evil that can hide within the most ordinary families. It reminds us that monsters don't always lurk in shadows. Sometimes they sit across from us at dinner. Sometimes they kiss us goodnight. Sometimes they're the people we love most, transformed into something we can't comprehend. Michael and Yvonne Debs loved their daughter until their final breaths. That love was answered with torture and death. There's no moral to that story, no lesson that makes it easier to accept. It's simply horror, pure and irreducible, a reminder that the worst nightmares aren't the ones we imagine. They're the ones that actually happen in ordinary houses to ordinary people when something fundamental breaks in a human soul. The case will continue to haunt everyone who encounters it, will continue to raise questions that have no satisfying answers. And Bandali Debs will continue existing in her prison cell, a living monument to the darkest capacities of human nature, a warning that sometimes the call is coming from inside the house, and sometimes the monster is someone you raised from birth. Some stories don't end with justice or closure. They just end with silence, with unanswered questions, with the knowledge that evil is real and sometimes it wins. The Bandali Debs case is one of those stories. A descent into darkness that offers no redemption, no understanding, no path back to light. Only the cold, hard fact that two good people were tortured to death by their own daughter, and nothing can ever make that right. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Frankston Serial Killer, When Suburbia Became a Hunting Ground. 3 women vanished in 73 days. The killer was hiding in plain sight, and nobody saw him coming. He didn't just take their lives. He shattered an entire community's illusion of safety forever. We're diving into the darkness of Melbourne's southeastern suburbs, where a teenage killer turned quiet streets into a graveyard. Paul Charles Denier didn't look like a monster. He looked like your neighbor's son. He looked like someone you'd trust. And that's exactly what made him so deadly. Between 1993's winter months, 3 innocent women were brutally murdered, their bodies left like broken dolls for the world to find. This isn't just another true crime story. This is about the predator who walked among families, smiled at strangers, and planned his next kill while the entire city slept. Tonight, we're hunting the truth behind the Frankston serial killer. But be warned, some truths cut deeper than any blade. Frankston, Victoria 1993, a coastal suburb where families raised their children, where elderly couples walked their dogs at sunset, where the ocean breeze carried the scent of salt and eucalyptus through tree-lined streets. This was supposed to be paradise, a working-class haven just 40 kilometers from Melbourne's bustling center. Mothers pushed strollers through parks. Teenagers gathered at the local shopping center. Neighbors knew each other's names. Life felt predictable, manageable, safe. But safety is an illusion, and illusions shatter. Paul Charles Denier was born on April 14, 1972, into what appeared to be an ordinary Australian family. His father worked steady jobs. His mother kept house. Young Paul attended local schools, played in neighborhood yards, and grew up surrounded by the same suburban rhythms that lulled everyone else into complacency. But something festered inside him, something dark and insatiable that even he couldn't fully name. As a child, Paul seemed unremarkable, perhaps a bit quiet, maybe slightly awkward in social situations. Teachers noted nothing alarming. Friends were few but not absent. He blended into the background of Australian suburban life like wallpaper, present but forgettable, there but unseen. This would become his greatest weapon. Adolescence brought changes. Paul's body grew tall and lanky, his features sharp and angular. He developed interests that isolated him further from his peers. Violent films, dark fantasies, obsessive thoughts that circled his mind like vultures over carrion. He began working various jobs, never settling, never connecting. Inside his head, a storm was brewing. Outside, he remained the polite young man who helped elderly ladies with their groceries. By 1993, Paul Denier was 21 years old. He lived with his girlfriend, a woman who believed she knew him, who trusted him completely. They shared an apartment in Frankston. They talked about their future. She had no idea she was sleeping beside someone who dreamed of murder. Frankston itself hummed with ordinary life. The Bayside shopping center drew crowds every weekend. Cananook Creek wound through the suburb like a vein carrying lifeblood. Patterson River offered fishing spots where fathers taught sons patience. Streets bore pleasant names: Beauty Avenue, Seawinds Court, Davy Street. Everything suggested peace. But Paul Denier was preparing for war. His thoughts consumed him now. Violent fantasies played on constant loop behind his eyes. He thought about women not with desire, but with rage. Something about their vulnerability excited him. Something about their fear gave him purpose. He began to stalk potential victims, following women home from bus stops, watching them through windows, learning their routines. He told himself he was just looking, just fantasizing. But fantasy would never be enough. The weapon came first. Paul acquired a hunting knife, 8 inches of serrated steel designed to cut through flesh and bone. He practiced with it in private, imagining the resistance of human tissue, the warmth of blood on his hands. He rehearsed conversations he might have with his victims, words that would confuse them, disarm them, give him the advantage. He planned escape routes through Frankston's maze of streets and alleyways. Every detail mattered. Every possibility required consideration. His girlfriend noticed nothing. How could she? Paul maintained his mask perfectly. He went to work. He came home. He kissed her hello and goodbye. He laughed at television shows. He played the role of normal young man with Academy Award precision. But when she slept, he lay awake, staring at the ceiling, his mind screaming with violent thoughts that demanded release. June 1993 arrived with winter's chill. The days grew shorter. Darkness came early and stayed late. Frankston's streets emptied after sunset as residents hurried home to warmth and safety. This was the environment Paul had been waiting for. Shadows to hide in, fewer witnesses, cold that would preserve evidence while he made his escape. He chose his hunting ground carefully. The area around Frankston's shopping district offered everything he needed. Plenty of potential victims, multiple escape routes, enough foot traffic that his presence wouldn't seem suspicious. He could blend with shoppers during reconnaissance missions, then strike when opportunity presented itself. The psychological transformation was nearly complete. Paul Denier had crossed an invisible line that separates fantasy from action, thought from deed. Most people live their entire lives on the safe side of that line. They experience dark thoughts but never act on them. They feel rage but control it. They imagine violence but recoil from reality. Paul Denier was not most people. He began carrying his knife everywhere. The weight of it against his body felt right, purposeful, destiny manifesting in cold steel. He studied women's faces as they passed him on the street, evaluating them like a predator selecting prey. Too old, too young, too alert, too many witnesses nearby. His criteria were exacting because his need for control was absolute. The suburb continued its oblivious dance. Children played in parks where Paul had played decades earlier. Couples held hands along the beach where Paul had walked alone. The Frankston Football Club drew weekend crowds who cheered and celebrated, never suspecting that a killer moved among them, invisible in his ordinariness. Paul's co-workers would later describe him as quiet but friendly. His neighbors would recall him as polite, perhaps shy. His girlfriend would insist that he seemed normal, loving even. This is the terrible truth about monsters. They don't announce themselves. They don't wear signs or carry warnings. They look like everyone else until the moment they reveal their true nature. And by then, it's too late. The final days before his first murder, Paul Denier felt something shift inside himself. The fantasies that had sustained him for years suddenly felt insufficient, hollow, childish. He needed more. He needed real screams, real blood, real power over life and death. The line between human and monster had dissolved completely. What remained was hunger. Frankston slept soundly that winter, unaware that one of its own had transformed into something unspeakable. Parents tucked children into bed, trusting that tomorrow would arrive safely. Young women made plans with friends, confident they'd live to keep those plans. The elderly locked their doors with routine complacency, believing that evil existed somewhere else, in bigger cities, in darker places. They were wrong. Paul Charles Denier was ready to kill. The knife waited. The darkness waited. Frankston streets waited. All that remained was finding his first victim. Someone vulnerable, someone alone, someone who would satisfy the screaming void inside him. He didn't have to wait long. Elizabeth Stevens was about to become more than a name. She was about to become victim number one, the first sacrifice to Paul Denier's insatiable darkness. Her murder would shatter Frankston's peace and announce to the world that a serial killer had arrived. But Elizabeth didn't know this yet. None of them knew. The monster walked freely among them, and they couldn't see him coming. The clock was ticking. The knife was sharp. Paul Denier's transformation was complete. Frankston's nightmare was about to begin, and nothing would ever be the same again. The streets that had cradled generations of families were about to run red with innocent blood. The suburb that prided itself on community and safety was about to learn that monsters don't just exist in fairy tales. They exist in apartment buildings and shopping centers and quiet neighborhoods where people say hello and good night without ever suspecting the darkness hiding behind familiar faces. Paul Denier stood at his window, watching the street below, waiting for the perfect moment. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with anticipation. The first kill would be the hardest. After that, it would get easier. After that, he would truly understand what he was capable of. The winter wind howled outside, carrying with it the scent of rain and ocean. Somewhere in Frankston, Elizabeth Stevens was living her last hours, completely unaware that destiny had marked her for death. Somewhere in Frankston, 2 more women would soon follow Elizabeth into darkness. And somewhere in Frankston, Paul Charles Denier smiled. June 11th, 1993. The date would be seared into Frankston's collective memory forever. The day innocence died on suburban streets. Elizabeth Stevens was 18 years old, though her killer would later confuse her with someone else, a testament to how little victims mattered to him as individuals. She was simply female, simply vulnerable, simply there. Elizabeth had plans that day, ordinary plans that ordinary teenagers make. Maybe she'd see friends. Maybe she'd browse shops. Maybe she'd grab food at the mall. None of it mattered now because Paul Denier had decided that today was the day he would finally act on years of violent fantasies. He left his apartment with purpose burning in his chest, the knife pressed against his body, hidden beneath layers of clothing. He looked like any other young man heading out for the day. Jeans, jacket, unremarkable features arranged in an unremarkable expression. This was his greatest advantage. Serial killers don't wear hockey masks or carry chainsaws. They wear normal clothes and normal faces, and they kill in broad daylight because nobody suspects them. The Bayside shopping center hummed with weekend activity. Parents dragged tired toddlers through stores. Teenagers clustered in food courts, laughing at jokes only they understood. Elderly couples moved slowly through aisles, checking prices, remembering when everything cost less. Life happened here, mundane, beautiful, ordinary life. Paul Denier hunted here. He stalked through the shopping center with predatory focus, eyes scanning crowds for potential victims. Too many witnesses here, too exposed there. He needed the right moment, the right location, the right victim. Patience was crucial. Rushing led to mistakes, and mistakes led to capture. Then he saw her, Elizabeth Stevens, walking alone, heading toward a less crowded area. Something clicked in Paul's brain. This was opportunity. This was the moment years of fantasy had been building toward. His heart raced. His pupils dilated. His grip tightened on the knife concealed beneath his jacket. He followed her, maintaining distance, appearing casual. Just another shopper. Just another face in the crowd. Nothing to see. Nothing to fear. He matched her pace, tracked her movements, calculated his approach. She had no idea death was following 6 feet behind her. Breath steady, hands ready, mind committed to violence. Elizabeth turned down a quieter street near Frankston's shopping district. Fewer people here, less foot traffic. The buildings created shadows even in daylight. Perfect. Paul closed the distance between them, his footsteps silent despite his pounding heart. This was happening. This was real. Years of fantasy were about to become bloody reality. What happened next unfolded with brutal swiftness. Paul approached Elizabeth from behind, knife drawn, control absolute. She barely had time to register his presence before he attacked. The blade pierced flesh with sickening ease, far easier than he'd imagined. She tried to scream, but shock and trauma stole her voice. She tried to fight, but training and strength favored her attacker. Paul Denier stabbed Elizabeth Stevens multiple times, each thrust of the knife releasing years of accumulated rage and darkness. Blood sprayed across concrete. Her body crumpled like paper, fragile and helpless against his assault. He stood over her, watching life drain from her eyes, feeling something he'd never felt before. Power, absolute and intoxicating power. Then reality crashed in. He'd just murdered someone. In daylight, near a shopping center. Witnesses could emerge any second. Panic replaced euphoria. Paul fled the scene, knife hidden, clothes stained with blood he'd have to dispose of. His mind raced with possibilities. Had anyone seen him? Would police come immediately? Had he left evidence? Elizabeth Stevens lay dying on Frankston's pavement, her blood pooling around her body, her life ending before it had truly begun. She'd never see 19. She'd never fulfill whatever dreams she harbored. Paul Denier had stolen everything from her, past, present, and future, all to satisfy his own twisted desires. Her body was discovered quickly. Screams echoed through the streets as someone stumbled upon the horrific scene. Police sirens wailed, shattering the suburb's peace. News spread like wildfire. A young woman had been murdered in broad daylight in Frankston, stabbed multiple times, left to die on the street like garbage. The community recoiled in horror. This didn't happen in Frankston. This happened in American cities, in crime dramas, in places where people didn't know their neighbors. But not here. Never here. Detective work began immediately. Police canvassed the area, interviewed potential witnesses, collected evidence from the crime scene. Blood samples, footprints, fiber evidence, anything that might lead them to the killer. But Paul Denier had been careful, or at least careful enough. No obvious clues pointed directly to him. Meanwhile, Paul returned to his apartment, adrenaline still coursing through his veins. He disposed of bloodied clothing, cleaned his knife, rehearsed the lies he'd tell if police came knocking. His girlfriend remained oblivious, trusting that her boyfriend had spent the day doing normal things. Maybe running errands, maybe meeting friends. But Paul couldn't stop replaying the murder in his mind. Elizabeth's face, her blood, her final moments. Part of him felt horrified by what he'd done. He'd actually killed someone, actually ended a human life. But another part, the darker part that had driven him to murder, felt satisfied, vindicated, eager for more. This is the terrible psychology of serial killers. The first murder often acts like a drug, providing a high that subsequent killings chase but never quite replicate. Paul Denier had crossed the Rubicon. He'd proven to himself that he could kill. More importantly, he'd learned he could get away with it. Frankston descended into fear. Parents kept children closer. Women traveled in groups. The streets that had once felt safe now seemed threatening, shadowy, dangerous. Every stranger became a potential killer. Every dark alley became a possible death trap. The murder changed everything. Police worked around the clock, desperate to solve the case before the killer struck again. They interviewed dozens of people. They followed leads that went nowhere. They examined Elizabeth's life for connections, enemies, motives. But this wasn't about Elizabeth specifically. This was about a predator who'd chosen her randomly, opportunistically. Paul Denier monitored news coverage obsessively. He needed to know what police knew, what witnesses had seen, whether his name had surfaced in investigations. So far, nothing. He'd gotten away with murder. The realization both thrilled and terrified him. Days passed. The initial shock began to fade as Frankston tried to return to normal. Vigils were held for Elizabeth. Her family mourned publicly while the community offered sympathy and support. But normal was an illusion now. Normal had died with Elizabeth Stevens on that blood-stained pavement. Paul Denier's hunger returned, stronger than before. The first murder had awakened something insatiable inside him. He'd tasted power, felt the ultimate control over another human being, and his mind craved more. The fantasy reality barrier had been permanently destroyed. Now only action satisfied him. He began planning his second murder, more carefully this time, learning from any mistakes he'd made with Elizabeth. He needed a different location, a different approach, perhaps a different victim type. Variety would confuse investigators, muddy patterns, buy him more time. But deep down, Paul knew his spree couldn't last forever. Serial killers always get caught eventually. They become overconfident, sloppy, compulsive. The pattern breaks. Evidence accumulates. Witnesses come forward. The net tightens. Still, Paul Denier couldn't stop himself. The darkness had consumed him completely. He was no longer a young man who fantasized about murder. He was a serial killer who'd claimed his first victim and was hunting for his second. Frankston's nightmare had only just begun. Elizabeth Stevens was the first, but she wouldn't be the last. 2 more women would die before police finally stopped Paul Denier's rampage. 2 more families would be destroyed. 2 more lives would be stolen. The knife waited, cleaned and ready. The streets waited, dark and empty. The killer waited, hungry and eager. And somewhere in Frankston, Debbie Freem was living her final days, completely unaware that she'd been marked for death by a monster wearing a human face. July 8, 1993. Less than a month after Elizabeth Stevens' murder, Frankston remained on edge, its residents jumping at shadows, suspicious of strangers. Police presence had increased throughout the suburb. Women traveled in pairs. Parents drove their children to destinations they'd previously walked to. The community had adapted to fear, but adaptation isn't the same as safety. Paul Denier moved through this heightened tension like a ghost. He understood that increased police scrutiny meant increased risk, but risk excited him now. The first murder had been about proving he could kill. The second would be about proving he could kill again despite law enforcement's best efforts. Debbie Freem was 22 years old, young and vibrant with her whole life stretching before her. She worked, she socialized, she made plans for a future she'd never see. On this winter evening, she made the fateful decision to walk through Frankston alone, a decision that would cost her everything. Paul had been stalking potential victims for days, learning patterns, identifying opportunities. He'd grown bolder since Elizabeth's murder, more confident in his abilities. The police investigation had yielded no arrests, No suspects publicly named. He was invisible, untouchable, or so he believed. He spotted Debbie walking near Eel Race Road, an area that offered both foot traffic and isolated sections. Perfect for his purposes. His knife rested against his body, familiar weight that brought comfort and purpose. He'd cleaned it meticulously after the first murder, erasing Elizabeth's blood, preparing it for its next victim. Paul approached with practiced casualness, perhaps asking for directions or offering assistance. Something disarming, something that would lower her defenses. This was his method: appear helpful, appear harmless, strike when vulnerability peaked. Debbie likely smiled at him, responded politely, never suspecting that she was speaking to Frankston's terror. The attack came with savage suddenness. Paul's knife flashed in the dim light, cutting through the cold winter air before cutting through warm flesh. Debbie fought. Evidence would later show defensive wounds, desperate attempts to protect herself. But Paul's rage was overwhelming, his strength fueled by dark compulsion. He stabbed her repeatedly, each thrust accompanied by grunts of effort and satisfaction. Debbie Freem died on Frankston streets, her blood mixing with winter rain, her screams echoing into darkness before fading into silence. Paul Denier stood over his second victim, breathing heavily, mind reeling with the violence he'd just committed. The high returned, that intoxicating rush of absolute power, of life and death held in his hands. But this time, something was different. The satisfaction felt hollow, temporary, insufficient. The addiction had already evolved. One murder wasn't enough. Two wasn't enough. How many would it take before the hunger was sated? Paul didn't know, and that uncertainty frightened him more than the murders themselves. He fled the scene, disappearing into Frankston's maze of streets, just another young man heading home on a winter evening. His clothes carried evidence: blood spatters, torn fabric, mud from the crime scene. He'd have to dispose of everything carefully, clean himself thoroughly, construct alibis that would withstand scrutiny. Debbie's body was discovered within hours. Another young woman, another brutal stabbing, another family destroyed by senseless violence. The pattern became undeniable. Frankston had a serial killer on its hands. Panic intensified. The media descended on the suburb, transforming local tragedy into national news. Headlines screamed about the Frankston serial killer and the Bayside murderer. Television crews interviewed terrified residents. Newspapers published safety tips for women walking alone. The police task force expanded, bringing in detectives from throughout Victoria. Paul Denier watched the coverage with mixed emotions. Part of him felt pride. He'd achieved infamy, become someone people feared and discussed. But another part recognized the increased danger. More police meant more surveillance. More media attention meant more witnesses. His window of opportunity was closing, yet he couldn't stop. The compulsion had evolved beyond fantasy into biological need. Killing gave him purpose, identity, meaning. Without it, he was just another unremarkable young man in an unremarkable suburb. With it, he was powerful, feared, remembered. His girlfriend began noticing changes: increased irritability, strange hours, clothes that disappeared without explanation. But love often blinds us to uncomfortable truths. She rationalized his behavior, convinced herself that stress from work or family issues explained his odd conduct. The alternative, that she shared a bed with a serial killer, was too horrifying to contemplate. Police investigation intensified after Debbie's murder. Detectives looked for connections between the victims. Elizabeth and Debbie didn't know each other, didn't frequent the same locations, didn't share obvious similarities beyond gender and youth. This suggested random selection, opportunistic hunting rather than targeted revenge. Geographic profiling indicated the killer likely lived or worked in the Frankston area. He knew the streets, the shadows, the escape routes. This wasn't someone passing through. This was someone embedded in the community. The realization that a neighbor, co-worker, or acquaintance might be the killer sent new waves of paranoia through the suburb. Paul continued his ordinary life with extraordinary discipline. He went to work, interacted with colleagues, maintained his relationship, acted completely normal. This duality, monster and man existing simultaneously, is characteristic of serial killers. They compartmentalize, separating their violent selves from their social selves, living double lives until the mask inevitably slips. But the hunger returned faster this time. The interval between Elizabeth and Debbie's murders had been 27 days. The interval before his third victim would be even shorter. The addiction was accelerating, demanding more frequent satisfaction. Paul Denier was spiraling out of control, though he didn't recognize it yet. He began stalking again, evaluating potential victims with cold calculation. Older women? Too risky, they might be more cautious. Teenagers? Too many parents paying attention now. He needed someone vulnerable but not obviously targeted. Someone whose murder would fit his emerging pattern. Frankston's women lived in constant fear. They modified routes, changed schedules, armed themselves with pepper spray and keys as potential weapons. The sense of community that had defined the suburb for generations eroded, replaced by suspicion and dread. Neighbors eyed each other warily. Men faced scrutiny simply for existing in public spaces. Police received dozens of tips, most leading nowhere. The killer wore generic clothing. He struck in areas with limited surveillance. He left minimal physical evidence. Forensic technology in 1993 was primitive compared to modern standards. DNA analysis existed but was time-consuming and expensive. The investigators worked with limited tools against a methodical predator. Paul Denier felt invincible. 2 murders, 0 arrests. The police appeared helpless, grasping at shadows while he moved freely through the suburb they were supposedly protecting. His confidence bordered on arrogance now, a dangerous psychological shift that would eventually contribute to his downfall. He began taking risks, walking past crime scenes, observing police work, inserting himself into the investigation's periphery. This behavior, common among serial killers, stems from a need to relive their crimes and monitor law enforcement progress. Some killers even insert themselves directly into investigations, volunteering information or attending vigils for their victims. July progressed with agonizing tension. Every day without another murder provided brief relief, followed by dread that the killer was simply planning his next attack. Schools held assemblies teaching children about stranger danger. Community groups organized night patrols. Frankston transformed into a fortress, residents barricading themselves against the evil in their midst. But Paul Denier was already inside the fortress. He'd always been inside. The calls were coming from inside the house, as they say. The monster wasn't invading from outside. He'd been born and raised here, walked these streets his entire life, knew every corner and shadow better than any police officer ever could. His third victim was about to be chosen. Natalie Russell, just 17 years old, would become the final name on Paul Denier's list of victims. Her murder would complete the trilogy of terror that gripped Frankston, and it would also mark the beginning of the killer's end, because Paul Denier was about to make a critical mistake. His confidence would betray him, his compulsion would override his caution, and the net that had been slowly tightening around Frankston would finally close, catching the monster before he could claim a fourth victim. But that revelation still lay in the future. For now, in late July 1993, Paul Denier remained free, hungry, and hunting. Natalie Russell was running out of time, and she didn't even know it. July 30th, 1993, 18 days after Debbie Freeman's murder, 20 days before what would have been Natalie Russell's 18th birthday. Natalie was 17, full of dreams and plans, beloved by family and friends. She had no connection to Elizabeth Stevens or Debbie Freeman, no shared history or mutual acquaintances. She was simply the next random target in Paul Denier's accelerating spiral of violence. That Friday evening, Natalie left her home in Frankston, heading to visit her boyfriend. The route took her through familiar streets she'd walked countless times. Frankston had been her home forever. She knew these paths, these corners, these shadows. Familiarity breeds comfort, and comfort breeds complacency, even in the midst of fear. Paul Denier prowled those same streets, knife ready, mind focused on satisfying the hunger that now consumed him almost constantly. The intervals between kills had shortened dramatically. His addiction demanded regular feeding. He was losing control, becoming sloppy, taking risks that any rational person would avoid. He spotted Natalie walking alone on Lower Dandenong Road. Something about her triggered his predatory instincts: vulnerability, opportunity, isolation. His rational mind warned him this was too risky, too soon after Debbie's murder, too much police presence in the area. But the monster inside him silenced those concerns. He needed this. He craved this. Paul approached Natalie from behind, as was his pattern. The knife came out, catching dim streetlight on its serrated edge. Natalie heard his footsteps, perhaps felt that primal warning signal that danger approached. But before she could react, Paul attacked with vicious intensity. The assault was brutal even by his standards. Paul stabbed Natalie Russell 37 times, far more than necessary to kill. This wasn't murder. This was frenzy, rage unleashed without restraint. Each thrust of the blade released more of his accumulated darkness, yet none of it brought satisfaction. The high he'd felt after Elizabeth's murder never returned. Now he killed out of compulsion, addiction, hollow need. Natalie fought desperately for her life, her struggle evident in defensive wounds and disturbed crime scene. But against a crazed attacker armed with a knife, she had no chance. Paul Denier was stronger, armed, and completely consumed by his violent impulses. Natalie's screams cut through the night before dying into terrible silence. She collapsed on the pavement, blood pooling around her broken body. Paul stood over his third victim, breathing heavily, hands slick with blood, mind reeling from what he'd just done. 37 stab wounds. He'd lost count during the attack, lost himself in the violence, become something barely human. Then reality crashed back. The frenzy of the attack had lasted longer than his previous murders. More time meant more opportunity for witnesses. More wounds meant more blood evidence. More loss of control meant more mistakes. Paul fled the scene, panic replacing bloodlust, suddenly aware of his vulnerability. But this time he'd been seen. A witness had observed a tall, thin young man fleeing from the approximate area of Natalie's murder. The description was vague but valuable. It gave police something concrete to work with. Other witnesses placed a suspicious figure near where Natalie was last seen alive. The net was tightening. Natalie Russell's body was discovered within an hour. The third victim in less than 2 months. The youngest victim yet. The most brutally attacked. Frankston descended into collective trauma. 3 young women murdered in their own neighborhood. 3 families destroyed. 3 lives stolen by an invisible predator who seemed unstoppable. The police investigation kicked into overdrive. The witness descriptions were circulated immediately. Detectives began compiling lists of local young men who matched the general profile: tall, thin, in their 20s. Door-to-door inquiries intensified. The pressure to solve these murders became overwhelming. Paul Denier returned home, clothes soaked with blood, mind fragmenting under the weight of what he'd done. 37 times he'd plunged the knife into Natalie Russell. Her face would haunt him now, joining Elizabeth and Debbie in his nightmares. But still, the hunger persisted. Even this orgy of violence hadn't satisfied the beast inside him. His girlfriend was home when he arrived. She noticed blood on his clothes, dirt on his shoes, wild look in his eyes. For the first time, real suspicion stirred in her mind. The murders had been dominating news for weeks. Her boyfriend was acting strange. He'd been out during the times of the murders. The pieces began forming a picture she desperately didn't want to see. Meanwhile, investigators caught a break. The witness description matched a local young man who'd been mentioned in peripheral interviews. Paul Charles Denier, 21 years old, lived in Frankston with his girlfriend. Nothing in his background screamed serial killer, but serial killers rarely have obvious warning signs. They hide in plain sight, wearing masks of normalcy until they slip. Police began surveillance on Paul Denier. They watched his apartment, tracked his movements, built a case. But they needed evidence, not just suspicion. In Australia's legal system, charges required proof beyond reasonable doubt. Witness descriptions weren't enough to convict. Paul sensed the walls closing in. He noticed cars that seemed to follow him. He felt eyes watching from across the street. Paranoia gripped him, though he couldn't distinguish between justified concern and psychological breakdown. Had police identified him? Were they building a case? Should he run? His girlfriend confronted him, demanding explanations for his behavior. Where had the blood come from? Why did he leave at odd hours? Why did he seem so disturbed? Paul tried to deflect, to lie, to maintain his cover. But the mask was cracking now, revealing glimpses of the monster beneath. On August 4th, 1993, just 5 days after Natalie Russell's murder, police made their move. They had sufficient evidence to bring Paul Denier in for questioning. Not arrest, not yet, but interview. They wanted to see how he reacted, what he revealed, whether he'd incriminate himself. Paul Denier walked into the police station, accompanied by detectives, his world crumbling around him. The game was over. The hunt had ended. The monster had been caught, not through brilliant detective work or advanced forensics, but through simple witness observation and methodical investigation. The interrogation lasted hours. Detectives applied pressure, showing Paul evidence, describing the crime scenes, explaining that they knew he was involved. They appealed to whatever conscience might remain inside him. 3 young women were dead. 3 families were destroyed. Didn't he feel any remorse? Didn't he want to confess? And then Paul Denier broke. The confession poured out like poison from a wound. Yes, he'd killed Elizabeth Stevens. Yes, he'd murdered Debbie Freem. Yes, he'd slaughtered Natalie Russell. The details he provided could only have come from the killer. Specifics about the crime scenes, the wounds, the sequence of attacks. There was no doubt. Paul Denier was Frankston's serial killer. But the confession came with chilling revelations. Paul admitted he'd planned to kill more women. Natalie wouldn't have been his last victim. She was simply the last he managed to kill before being caught. The hunger inside him was insatiable. He could have continued indefinitely, murdering women throughout Frankston until he was stopped. He also revealed his motivation, though it made no logical sense. He hated women, resented them, wanted to dominate and destroy them. But when pressed for specific reasons, he had none. No traumatic childhood incident. No profound betrayal. Just an inexplicable rage that had festered inside him for years until it exploded into violence. The psychological evaluations began immediately. Was Paul Denier insane? Did he understand right from wrong? Could he be held legally responsible for his actions? The questions were complex, but the answers were clear. Paul knew exactly what he was doing. He'd planned the murders. He'd taken precautions to avoid capture. He'd understood his actions were wrong, but chose to commit them anyway. News of the arrest spread through Frankston like wildfire. The serial killer had been caught. Paul Denier, that quiet young man who'd lived among them, was the monster who'd terrorized their suburb. Neighbors were shocked. His girlfriend was devastated. The community was stunned that someone so ordinary could commit such extraordinary evil. The trial was swift and definitive. Paul Denier pled guilty to 3 counts of murder, sparing the victims' families the trauma of a lengthy trial. In December 1993, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole, one of the harshest sentences in Australian legal history. Paul Denier's name became synonymous with evil in Australia. The Frankston serial killer, the baby-faced murderer, the suburban predator. Media analyzed his crimes, psychologists studied his pathology, families mourned their daughters. Elizabeth Stevens, Debbie Freem, and Natalie Russell were gone forever. Their lives cut brutally short by a monster who offered no meaningful explanation for his actions. Their families struggled to find meaning in senseless tragedy, to rebuild lives that would forever be defined by loss. Paul Denier remained in prison, where he continues to serve his life sentence decades later. He's been denied parole repeatedly. He'll likely die in prison, alone and forgotten. His legacy nothing but pain and horror. Frankston slowly healed, though scars remain. Memorials honor the 3 victims. Families continue seeking closure that may never come. The suburb learned that evil doesn't announce itself. It hides behind ordinary faces, living in ordinary places, waiting for opportunity to reveal its true nature. In prison, Paul Denier underwent years of psychological evaluation. Experts probed his mind, searching for explanations that might make sense of the senseless. They found a void where empathy should exist, a profound disconnect between action and consequence. He could describe his crimes in clinical detail, but seemed unable to truly comprehend the devastation he'd caused. Some reports suggested he expressed remorse, but the sincerity remained questionable. How does someone who stabbed a 17-year-old girl 37 times suddenly develop genuine empathy? Can monsters become human again, or do they simply learn to mimic humanity better? The victims' families attended parole hearings over the years, ensuring that Paul Denier faced the reality of his crimes. They brought photographs of their daughters, Elizabeth smiling at a family gathering, Debbie laughing with friends, Natalie posing before a school dance. These were real people with real futures, not abstractions to be forgotten. Andrew Russell, Natalie's father, became a tireless advocate for victims' rights. He spoke at schools, community centers, and legal forums about the lasting impact of violent crime. His daughter's murder had destroyed his family's sense of safety and normalcy. He wanted people to understand that victims aren't statistics. They're daughters, sisters, friends whose absence echoes through decades. The broader implications of Paul Denier's crimes rippled through Australian society. Law enforcement agencies examined their procedures, looking for lessons that might prevent future tragedies. How could a serial killer operate for 73 days in a relatively small suburb before being caught? What warning signs were missed? Could earlier intervention have saved lives? The reality was sobering. Paul Denier had been extraordinarily ordinary. No criminal record. No documented history of violence. No obvious red flags that would have triggered intervention. He was the nightmare scenario. A functional psychopath who successfully hid his darkness until it exploded into murder. This challenged comfortable assumptions about criminals. People wanted to believe that monsters looked like monsters, that evil announced itself in recognizable ways. Paul Denier proved otherwise. He worked regular jobs. He maintained relationships. He blended seamlessly into suburban life while planning murders in his spare time. The psychological profile that emerged painted a disturbing picture. Paul experienced violent fantasies from adolescence, progressively intensifying thoughts that eventually demanded actualization. He objectified women, viewing them not as human beings but as objects for his violent gratification. The murders provided temporary satisfaction, but like any addiction, required increasingly frequent doses. Experts identified him as a power-assertive killer, someone who murdered to demonstrate dominance and control. The excessive violence, particularly evident in Natalie Russell's murder, indicated escalating rage and decreasing self-control. Had he not been caught, the murders would likely have continued with increasing frequency and brutality. Some psychologists noted similarities to other serial killers: Ted Bundy's superficial charm, Jeffrey Dahmer's ordinary appearance, Dennis Rader's ability to maintain a double life. These men weren't comic book villains. They were neighbors, co-workers, family members who harbored unthinkable darkness behind mundane facades. Paul Denier's case also highlighted the vulnerability of young women in public spaces. All three victims were simply going about their daily lives, walking to meet friends, heading to see boyfriends, moving through neighborhoods they considered safe. They took reasonable precautions but couldn't anticipate encountering a determined predator. This sparked difficult conversations about women's safety and societal responsibility. Should women restrict their movements due to male violence? Or should society address the root causes that create predators like Paul Denier? The debate continues decades later, with no easy answers. In the years following his conviction, Paul Denier made various statements to psychologists and journalists. He claimed to have found religion in prison, to have experienced spiritual awakening that made him understand the gravity of his crimes. He spoke of God's forgiveness and personal redemption, but the victims' families remained unmoved. Faith might offer Paul personal comfort, but it couldn't resurrect their daughters. Elizabeth, Debbie, and Natalie were still dead, their potential unrealized, their families forever incomplete. No amount of religious conversion could undo that reality. Parole hearings became regular ordeals for the families. Every few years, they'd receive notification that Paul Denier was seeking release. They'd prepare victim impact statements, reliving their trauma to convince parole boards that this man should never walk free. Each hearing reopened wounds that never fully healed. The parole boards consistently denied his applications, recognizing that Paul Denier remained a significant risk to community safety. His crimes were too brutal, too calculated, too devastating to warrant release. Australia's justice system, despite its emphasis on rehabilitation, acknowledged that some criminals forfeit their right to freedom. Frankston itself transformed in the decades following the murders. New generations grew up knowing the history but not experiencing the terror. The shopping center was renovated. Streets were renamed. Physical evidence of the crimes faded, though collective memory persisted. Older residents still remembered the fear, how it felt to suspect everyone, to jump at shadows, to mourn neighbors they'd never met. They remembered the vigils, the increased police presence, the community meetings where people demanded answers and protection. Those 73 days in 1993 remained seared into Frankston's identity. True crime media discovered Paul Denier's story, producing documentaries, podcasts, and articles that examined his crimes from every angle. Some of this coverage provided valuable education about serial killers and criminal psychology. Other coverage verged on exploitation, sensationalizing tragedy for entertainment value. The victims' families had mixed feelings about this attention. They wanted Elizabeth, Debbie, and Natalie remembered as people, not just murder victims. They appreciated serious examinations that might prevent future tragedies. But they resented sensationalistic coverage that glorified Paul Denier or treated their daughters' deaths as entertainment. Australian criminologists studied the Frankston murders extensively, contributing to global understanding of serial killer behavior. The case demonstrated how quickly a serial killer could emerge and escalate. It challenged assumptions about long cooling-off periods between murders. It showed how ordinary appearances concealed extraordinary evil. International law enforcement agencies examined the investigation's successes and failures. The witness descriptions that ultimately led to Paul's identification became teaching examples in detective training programs. The case emphasized the importance of community awareness and prompt reporting of suspicious behavior. Mental health professionals debated whether Paul Denier's pathology could have been identified earlier through better screening and intervention. His violent fantasies had existed for years before manifesting in murder. Could therapeutic intervention have prevented the tragedies? The question haunted psychologists who understood that most people with violent thoughts never act on them. This raised uncomfortable ethical questions about preemptive intervention. Should society monitor and treat people for thoughts rather than actions? Where's the line between protecting public safety and respecting individual freedom? Paul Denier's case provided no clear answers, only difficult questions. In prison, Paul Denier aged from a 21-year-old killer into a middle-aged inmate. Decades passed behind bars, his youth consumed by concrete walls and steel bars. Outside, the world changed dramatically. Technology advanced, societies evolved, new generations emerged who knew his name only from history. He reportedly struggled with prison life initially, facing violence from other inmates who targeted him for his crimes against women. Child killers and those who murder young women occupy the bottom of prison hierarchies. Paul learned to navigate this dangerous environment, finding protection and eventually a routine. Some reports suggested he transitioned in prison, though details remained unclear and contested. The focus for victims' families remained unchanged. Whoever Paul Denier became in prison, he was still the monster who murdered their daughters. No personal transformation could alter that fundamental truth. The question of rehabilitation versus punishment played out in Paul's case over decades. Had decades of imprisonment fundamentally changed him? Could someone capable of such violence ever be safely released? Or did his crimes warrant permanent removal from society regardless of personal change? Australian society grappled with these questions without reaching consensus. Some believed in redemption's possibility for all offenders. Others argued that certain crimes, particularly the calculated, repeated murder of innocents, justified permanent incarceration. Paul Denier became a test case for these competing philosophies. What remains undeniable is the permanent devastation he caused. 3 families were destroyed. Elizabeth Stevens never celebrated her 19th birthday. Debbie Freem never fulfilled her dreams. Natalie Russell never reached adulthood. Their absences echo through decades, affecting not just parents and siblings but friends, extended family, future children never born. The ripples extended further. Frankston's collective trauma persisted across generations. Women who'd been teenagers during the murders carried lasting fear. Men struggled with being viewed with suspicion during that period. The entire community bore scars from those 73 days of terror. Paul Denier's legacy is one of pure loss. Lives stolen, innocence destroyed, safety shattered. He contributes nothing positive to human existence. His name survives only as a warning about evil's capacity to hide behind ordinary faces until opportunity allows it to strike. The final truth about Paul Denier is simple and terrible. He chose evil, not mental illness, not childhood trauma, not external circumstances. He experienced violent fantasies and chose to make them reality. He saw vulnerable women and chose to kill them. He held a knife and chose to stab 3 innocent people to death. That choice, repeated 3 times over 73 days, defined his life and destroyed others. It placed him in prison where he remains, where he belongs, where he'll likely die decades from now, largely forgotten except by those whose lives he devastated. Elizabeth Stevens, Debbie Freem, and Natalie Russell deserve to be remembered not as victims but as people. Young women with hopes and dreams, loved by families and friends, whose lives held infinite potential. They were stolen from this world by senseless violence, but they were real, they mattered, and their memories endure beyond their killers' crimes. Frankston healed but never forgot. The suburb moved forward while carrying the weight of history. The memorials stand. The stories are told. The lessons, however painful, persist. And Paul Charles Denier remains in prison, a cautionary tale about monsters who walk among us, hiding in plain sight, waiting for opportunity to reveal their true nature. His story reminds us that evil doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It arrives quietly, wearing an ordinary face, speaking polite words, concealing darkness behind a human mask, until the mask slips, until the knife comes out, until someone stops them. The Frankston serial killer was stopped, but only after 3 innocent women paid the ultimate price. Their memories demand that we remain vigilant, aware, and protective of the vulnerable among us, because monsters are real, and they look just like everyone else. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Berrima AXE Murderer. Blood doesn't wash away in the rain. It seeps into the earth, staining the ground where evil once stood, whispering secrets that time refuses to forget. They say you can still hear the echo of splitting wood on quiet nights in Berrima, but it isn't timber being cleaved. It's something far more sinister, a sound that carved itself into the bones of Australian history with 12 brutal strikes that shattered lives, families, and any illusion of safety within prison walls. John Lynch didn't just kill. He orchestrated a symphony of slaughter so methodical, so utterly devoid of mercy, that his name became synonymous with pure, calculated evil. This is the story of a man who wielded an axe like a painter wields a brush, except his canvas was human flesh, and his masterpiece was terror. What drove a convicted criminal to commit mass murder behind bars? Why did he choose his victims with such chilling precision? And when the blade finally fell for the last time, what remained was not justice, but a legacy of horror that Australia would never forget. Welcome to the darkest corners of the human soul. Welcome to the nightmare of the Berrima axe murderer. The Australian frontier in the mid-1800s was not a place for the weak. It was a land where survival demanded strength, where the sun beat down mercilessly on red earth that seemed to swallow hope whole, and where civilization clung desperately to the edges of an untamed wilderness. Amid this harsh landscape, in 1815, John Lynch entered the world, a boy destined not for greatness, but for infamy that would echo through generations. Lynch's early years remain shrouded in the kind of obscurity that often precedes great violence. What we know paints a portrait of deprivation, of a childhood stripped of tenderness and filled instead with the brutal lessons of survival. Born into poverty in Ireland during a time when famine and oppression were as common as breathing, Lynch learned early that the world owed him nothing. His family, like thousands of others, scraped existence from dirt and desperation, watching as neighbors starved and children died from diseases that the wealthy never even heard of. But there was something different about young John Lynch. Those who remembered him from those early days spoke of a boy with eyes that seemed too old, too knowing. A child who watched rather than played, who smiled rarely and seemed to carry darkness around him like a cloak. Animals that other children kept as pets had a tendency to disappear around Lynch, and whispers circulated among the superstitious villagers that the boy possessed something unnatural, something wrong in his very soul. By the time Lynch reached his teenage years, Ireland had become unbearable. The Great Famine loomed on the horizon, but already the signs of catastrophic hardship were everywhere. Lynch, now a young man hardened by poverty and brutality, made a decision that countless others would make. He would seek his fortune in the colonies. Australia beckoned with promises of land, opportunity, and escape from the suffocating grip of Irish poverty. He arrived in Sydney in 1833, 18 years old and carrying nothing but the clothes on his back and a rage that had been fermenting for nearly 2 decades. The Australia that greeted him was not the paradise promised in recruitment posters. It was a penal colony where convicts labored under the harsh sun, where free settlers fought for every scrap of prosperity, and where violence lurked around every corner. For most immigrants, this would have been devastating. For Lynch, it was home. He found work as a laborer, moving from job to job with the restlessness of a man who could never quite settle. Those who employed him noted his strength. Lynch was a powerful man, built solid like the oak trees of his homeland, with hands that could swing a pickaxe for 12 hours straight without complaint. But they also noted something else: an unsettling intensity, a tendency toward explosive anger when he felt slighted, and an absolute unwillingness to back down from confrontation. The first hints of Lynch's violent nature emerged in 1836 when he was involved in a brawl at a pub in Parramatta. The details are murky, lost to time in contradictory accounts, but what remains clear is that Lynch beat another man so severely that he nearly died. When constables arrived to arrest him, Lynch fought like a cornered animal, requiring 4 men to subdue him. He was sentenced to 6 months hard labor, his first encounter with the justice system that would eventually become his killing ground. Prison should have been a deterrent. Instead, it became Lynch's education. Behind bars, he encountered men who had committed every crime imaginable: thieves, rapists, murderers, confidence men, and worse. He learned that violence, when applied correctly, commanded respect and fear. He learned that the prison system, for all its talk of reformation, was really just a warehouse for human misery, a place where guards were often as brutal as the inmates they oversaw, and where survival depended on establishing dominance quickly and maintaining it ruthlessly. When Lynch emerged from his 6-month sentence, he was a changed man. The rage that had always simmered beneath the surface had found direction, purpose. He returned to laboring work, but his eyes had taken on a different quality: calculating, predatory, always watching for opportunity or threat. The next several years saw Lynch in and out of trouble. Small thefts, fights, threatening behavior, each incident added to his growing criminal record. But these were merely rehearsals, practice runs for the horror that was incubating inside him. Friends from this period, what few he had, later recalled that Lynch had begun speaking of revenge, of settling scores with a society that had denied him basic dignity since birth. He drank heavily, spending his wages in the same pubs where fights inevitably erupted. His temper, already volatile, became legendary. Men learned to give John Lynch a wide berth, to avoid his gaze, to never ever challenge him. In 1841, Lynch's trajectory took its inevitable downward spiral. He was arrested for highway robbery, waylaying a merchant on the road to Sydney and beating him unconscious before stealing his money and goods. The evidence was overwhelming, the witnesses credible. Lynch was sentenced to 15 years hard labor at Berrima Jail, a newly constructed prison in the Southern Highlands designed to house the colony's most difficult criminals. Berrima Jail was not like the makeshift prisons Lynch had experienced before. Built from local sandstone, its walls rose 30 feet high, topped with broken glass embedded in mortar. Guard towers punctuated the perimeter, manned by armed constables who had orders to shoot any prisoner attempting escape. Inside, the conditions were deliberately harsh. Prisoners slept in cramped cells, worked punishing hours breaking rocks or building roads, and lived under a regime designed to break their spirits through monotonous brutality. For most prisoners, Berrima represented the end of hope. For Lynch, it represented opportunity. He arrived at the prison in chains, transported with a dozen other convicts in a wagon that reeked of sweat and despair. The superintendent who processed him noted in the prison register that Lynch was of powerful build, sullen disposition, and likely to require strict supervision. It was perhaps the greatest understatement in Australian criminal history. Lynch quickly assessed his new environment with the cold calculation that had become his trademark. He identified the power structures among the inmates, noting which men commanded respect and which were preyed upon. He observed the guards, learning their routines, their weaknesses, their patterns. And most importantly, he began to catalog grievances, real or imagined slights that he added to the growing ledger of debts he believed the world owed him. The prison operated on a rigid schedule. Prisoners rose before dawn, consumed a meager breakfast of gruel and stale bread, then marched to work details that lasted until sunset. The labor was backbreaking, quarrying stone, clearing land, constructing buildings. Guards enforced discipline with clubs and whips, and solitary confinement awaited anyone who showed defiance. It was a system designed to crush rebellion through sheer grinding misery. But Lynch refused to be crushed. Instead, he played the game, learning its rules while silently rejecting its authority. He worked hard enough to avoid punishment, but never so hard as to suggest cooperation. He spoke little, watching and listening as other prisoners revealed their weaknesses through conversation. And slowly, methodically, he began to plan. What exactly triggered Lynch's decision to commit mass murder remains debated by historians and criminologists. Some point to a specific incident, perhaps a beating by guards or a confrontation with another prisoner. Others suggest it was cumulative, the final snapping of a psyche that had endured too much hardship, too much injustice, too much rage bottled up for too long. But the most chilling possibility is that there was no trigger at all, that Lynch's massacre was not an explosion of uncontrolled fury, but rather a carefully planned execution carried out with cold, deliberate intent. By 1842, Lynch had been in Berrima for over a year. He had established himself as a man not to be crossed, someone who radiated menace even in silence. Other prisoners gave him space, guards watched him warily, and the prison hierarchy had settled into an uneasy equilibrium with Lynch as a dangerous but contained element. What no one understood was that Lynch had been preparing. He had identified the weaknesses in prison security, the moments when guards were distracted or absent. He had selected his targets with chilling precision, not random victims but specific individuals who had, in Lynch's twisted worldview, wronged him in some way. A guard who had struck him during an argument. A fellow prisoner who had stolen his food ration. Another inmate who had testified against him during a prison disciplinary hearing. The superintendent who had denied his petition for better work assignments. Each name went onto Lynch's mental list. Each perceived slight was catalogued and remembered with perfect, terrifying clarity. And as the list grew, so did Lynch's determination to exact revenge in the most horrific way imaginable. He needed a weapon. Prison regulations strictly controlled access to anything that could be used for violence, but Lynch was patient and clever. He volunteered for work details that involved tools, specifically requesting assignments in the prison workshop where axes were used to split firewood for the prison kitchens and heating. The guards, perhaps relieved that the sullen prisoner was showing initiative, approved his request without understanding they had just armed a predator. Lynch spent weeks studying the axe. Its weight, its balance, the way the sharpened edge caught light. He learned exactly how much force was required to cleave through wood of different densities, unconsciously preparing himself for the horrific calculations he would soon make about human bone and flesh. He practiced his swings, ostensibly focusing on his work but actually rehearsing movements that would soon become instruments of death. The other prisoners noticed nothing unusual. Lynch had always been quiet, intense, focused on his tasks. If anything, his co-workers were grateful for his efficiency, which made their own workload lighter. The guards observed his productivity and noted it positively in reports. The prison administration saw a convict who appeared to be adjusting to institutional life, perhaps even being reformed by the strict regimen. They were all catastrophically wrong. As winter approached in 1842, Lynch's preparations reached their conclusion. He had his weapon, his victims were identified, and he had calculated the perfect moment to strike. A moment when his targets would be vulnerable, when guards would be distracted, when he could inflict maximum carnage before anyone could stop him. What drove him to this point? Was it the accumulated injustices of a lifetime spent in poverty and oppression? Was it a fundamental flaw in his psychology, some missing piece that would have allowed him to feel empathy or remorse? Was it the dehumanizing brutality of the prison system itself, which treated men like animals until some of them became exactly that? Or was John Lynch simply evil? Not the complicated, psychologically nuanced evil that modern criminology tries to explain and contextualize, but rather the ancient, absolute evil that has existed since humanity first learned to harm one another, the evil that kills not for survival or even passion, but simply because it can, because the act of destruction satisfies some dark hunger that nothing else can feed. The answer, perhaps, doesn't matter. What matters is that on a cold morning in September 1842, John Lynch walked into the Berrima jail workshop, picked up an axe, and transformed from a violent criminal into something far worse. A mass murderer whose savagery would shock an already brutal colony and cement his place in Australian criminal history forever. The nightmare was about to begin, and before it ended, 12 men would die screaming, their blood soaking into the sandstone floors of Berrima jail, their final moments so horrific that even hardened guards who witnessed the aftermath would wake screaming from nightmares for the rest of their lives. John Lynch had been forged in poverty, tempered in oppression, and sharpened by rage. Now he was about to demonstrate exactly what kind of monster Australia's brutal penal system had created. The axe felt good in his hands. The weight was perfect. The edge was sharp enough to split wood with a single stroke. Soon, he would discover it was sharp enough for so much more. September 23, 1842, dawned cold and gray over Berrima jail. Mist clung to the sandstone walls like ghostly fingers, and the pre-dawn darkness carried the kind of chill that penetrated clothing and settled into bones. The prisoners stirred in their cells, waking to another day of grinding labor and hopeless monotony. Guards changed shifts, tired men heading home while fresh replacements took up positions in the towers and along the walls. It was a morning like any other in the prison's short history, except it wasn't. John Lynch rose from his thin mattress well before the wake-up bell, his mind crystalline with purpose. He had barely slept, but he felt no fatigue. Instead, a strange calm had settled over him, the kind of serenity that comes when a man has made an irrevocable decision and committed himself fully to its execution. Today, the debts would be paid. Today, the wrongs would be righted. Today, blood would flow. The morning routine proceeded normally. Guards unlocked cell doors. Prisoners shuffled to the dining hall for their meager breakfast, and work assignments were distributed. Lynch moved through it all like a ghost, speaking to no one, his eyes fixed on something only he could see. If any of his fellow prisoners noticed his unusual intensity, they gave no sign. In Berrima jail, everyone had their own demons to wrestle with. Lynch's internal struggles were his own business. The workshop crew assembled just after sunrise. 8 prisoners and 2 guards, all tasked with splitting the enormous pile of firewood that had been delivered the previous week. Winter was approaching, and the prison's fireplaces and cooking stoves would need constant feeding to keep the facility running. It was backbreaking work, monotonous and exhausting, but it was better than stone breaking or road construction. The workshop at least offered a roof overhead and protection from the wind. Lynch volunteered to start immediately, eager to begin work. The guards, Guard Samuel Jenkins and Guard Thomas Woolwright, were pleased by his enthusiasm. Jenkins was a veteran of the prison system, a hard man who had seen every type of criminal and believed that most prisoners were beyond redemption. Woolwright was younger, newer to the job, still carrying idealistic notions about reformation and second chances. Both men would be dead within the hour. Lynch selected his axe carefully, testing several before choosing one with a particularly sharp edge and perfect balance. He ran his thumb along the blade, feeling its keenness, and something flickered across his face. Not quite a smile, but an expression of satisfaction, of anticipation. He hoisted the axe onto his shoulder and moved to the chopping area, positioning himself strategically between the guards and the other prisoners. The first log split with a satisfying crack. Then another. Lynch fell into rhythm, his powerful muscles driving the axe downward with mechanical precision. Splinters flew. The pile of split wood grew. The other prisoners worked around him, and the guards supervised with the casual vigilance of men who had done this job 1,000 times before. For 30 minutes, nothing seemed amiss. The workshop filled with the sounds of labor. Axes striking wood, men grunting with effort, the occasional muttered curse or instruction. Guard Jenkins leaned against a wall, watching with bored eyes. Guard Woolwright walked among the prisoners, occasionally offering corrections or encouragement. The morning sun broke through the clouds, sending shafts of light through the workshop windows that illuminated floating dust particles like golden snow. Then everything changed. Lynch's axe came down on a log, but instead of completing the split, he left it embedded in the wood. He straightened slowly, rolling his shoulders as if working out stiffness. He turned toward Guard Woolwright, who stood perhaps 15 feet away with his back partially turned, observing another prisoner's work. What happened next occurred so quickly that witnesses would later struggle to describe the sequence of events. Lynch crossed the distance to Woolwright in 3 long strides. The guard heard footsteps and began to turn, his mouth opening to speak, perhaps to ask a question, perhaps to issue a command. He would never finish that sentence. Lynch's axe, which he had pulled from the log as he moved, swung in a brutal arc that terminated at the base of Woolwright's skull. The impact made a sound like a sledgehammer striking a watermelon, a wet, crunching thud that instantly silenced every other noise in the workshop. Woolwright's body went rigid for a moment, then collapsed forward, blood erupting from the catastrophic wound in a pulsing fountain that painted the workshop floor crimson. For perhaps 2 seconds, the entire workshop froze in stunned disbelief. The other prisoners stood paralyzed, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Guard Jenkins pushed away from the wall, his hand reaching for the club at his belt, his voice rising in a shout of alarm. He never drew his weapon. Lynch spun toward him with terrifying speed, the blood-slicked axe already rising for another strike. Jenkins had time to raise his arm defensively, a purely instinctive gesture, but it was utterly inadequate against the fury of Lynch's assault. The axe blade caught Jenkins's forearm, shearing through flesh and bone with sickening ease, nearly severing the limb completely. Jenkins screamed, a high-pitched sound of agony and terror, and stumbled backward. Lynch pursued him like a predator stalking wounded prey. His second strike caught Jenkins in the shoulder, the force of the blow driving him to his knees. The third strike, delivered with cold precision, split Jenkins's skull from crown to jaw, ending his screams and his life simultaneously. The guard's body toppled sideways, twitching in its death throes, blood pooling rapidly beneath it. 2 men dead in less than 10 seconds. But Lynch was just beginning. The other prisoners in the workshop finally broke from their paralysis, scattering toward the exits in panicked terror. They shouted warnings, screamed for help, trampled over each other in their desperation to escape the killing floor. Some made it out. Others were not so fortunate. Prisoner William Blake had been working near the back of the workshop when Lynch attacked the guards. Now, as he tried to flee toward the main door, he found his path blocked by Lynch, who had moved with frightening speed to cut off the escape route. Blake skidded to a stop, his eyes wide with terror, his hands raised in a futile gesture of surrender. "Lynch, please," he began, but Lynch was deaf to pleas. The axe fell. Blake managed to dodge partially, but the blade caught him across the chest, opening a horrible gash that exposed ribs and lung tissue. Blake collapsed, clutching at the wound, blood pouring between his fingers as he tried desperately to hold himself together. He would die slowly over the next several minutes, drowning in his own blood while the massacre continued around him. Lynch's fury was methodical, purposeful. He wasn't killing randomly, he was executing a plan. His next target was prisoner James Mulligan, one of the men Lynch had identified as an enemy. Mulligan had stolen food from Lynch months earlier, a petty theft that most men would have forgotten or forgiven. Lynch had forgotten nothing and forgiven nothing. Mulligan tried to hide behind a stack of lumber, praying that Lynch wouldn't find him, but Lynch knew exactly where he was. He strode to the lumber pile and began methodically pulling boards away, taking his time, savoring Mulligan's terror. When he finally exposed his cowering victim, Lynch looked down with an expression of cold satisfaction. "Please, Lynch, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whatever I did, I'm sorry," Mulligan babbled, tears streaming down his face. Lynch's response was to bring the axe down with terrible force, striking Mulligan in the head with such violence that the blade embedded itself in the lumber beneath the man's shattered skull. Lynch had to wrench the axe free, planting his boot on Mulligan's corpse for leverage, pulling until the blade came loose with a sucking sound that made one witness vomit. By now, alarm bells were ringing throughout the prison. Guards were converging on the workshop from all directions, armed with clubs and muskets, shouting orders and warnings. But the workshop layout, designed to prevent escapes, now worked against them. The narrow entrance created a bottleneck that allowed only one or two men through at a time, and Lynch positioned himself where he could defend the choke point with devastating effectiveness. The first guard through the door was Constable Richard Murphy, a brave man who rushed forward without hesitation despite the horror that awaited him. Lynch's axe met him head-on, the blade catching Murphy in the chest and driving him backward into the men behind him. Murphy fell, gasping and bleeding, blocking the entrance with his body and creating chaos among the guards trying to reach Lynch. Another prisoner, Thomas Bennett, made the fatal mistake of trying to rush Lynch from behind while the killer was engaged with the guards. Lynch, with the uncanny awareness that sometimes emerges in combat, sensed the movement and pivoted, his axe swinging in a tight arc that opened Bennett's stomach from hip to sternum. Bennett's intestines spilled out in a steaming coil, and he collapsed with a wail of agony that haunted survivors' nightmares for years afterward. The workshop had become an abattoir, its floor slick with blood and gore, bodies piled at the entrance where men had fallen trying to either escape or stop the massacre. The smell was overwhelming. Blood, bowels, fierce sweat, and something else. Something metallic and alien that survivors would later identify as the stench of death itself. Lynch fought like a demon, his axe never stopping, never slowing. He was covered head to toe in blood, his face spattered with crimson, his clothes soaked through. But his eyes remained clear, focused, calculating. This wasn't madness. This was murder as art form, violence refined to its purest essence. Prisoner David Sinclair, who had been Lynch's cellmate for 3 months, tried to reason with the killer, approaching with hands raised, voice shaking but determined. "John, stop this, please. They'll hang you for this. You know they will. Stop before it's too late." Lynch looked at him, and for a moment something almost human flickered in his eyes. Then it vanished, replaced by the cold void that had consumed whatever humanity Lynch once possessed. "It was too late years ago," Lynch said, his voice eerily calm amid the chaos and screaming. Then he killed Sinclair with a single stroke that nearly decapitated him, the axe biting so deep that Sinclair's head lolled backward at an impossible angle, held on only by a strip of skin and muscle. More guards arrived, this time armed with muskets. They formed a firing line outside the workshop, barrels aimed at the entrance, orders shouted to clear the area. But Lynch had already moved, dragging another victim, prisoner Edward Harris, toward the back of the workshop where the light was dimmer and shadows offered concealment. Harris pleaded for his life, offered Lynch anything he wanted, swore he had done nothing wrong. Lynch ignored the pleas as he had ignored all the others. His axe rose and fell with metronomic precision, striking Harris repeatedly, each blow delivered with such force that bones shattered and flesh pulped. Harris's screams faded to gurgles, then to silence, and still Lynch continued striking, as if trying to erase not just the man but the very existence he represented. The muskets fired. The enclosed space of the workshop magnified the sound to deafening levels, smoke filling the air, lead balls ricocheting off stone walls. One shot caught Lynch in the shoulder, spinning him partially around, but he barely seemed to notice. Another grazed his thigh, drawing blood but not slowing him. He was beyond pain now, operating on something more primal than mere physical sensation. Prisoner Michael O'Connor made a desperate break for the windows, thinking he could smash through and escape into the prison yard. He got 3 steps before Lynch's axe caught him between the shoulder blades, the blade biting so deep that it severed his spine. O'Connor fell forward, paralyzed from the chest down, screaming as he realized he couldn't move his legs, couldn't escape, could only wait for Lynch to finish him. Lynch obliged with brutal efficiency, crushing O'Connor's skull with a downward strike that ended his suffering and his life simultaneously. The guards were finally organizing properly, forming a coordinated assault with multiple angles of attack. Superintendent John Lackey had arrived, a veteran officer who had dealt with prison riots before. He ordered his men to use long poles with hooks, tools normally used for pulling down ceiling fixtures, to try to disarm Lynch from a distance while muskets provided covering fire. But Lynch had one more victim to claim, one more name on his list of grievances that demanded blood payment. Prisoner Robert Shaw cowered in the corner, having witnessed the entire massacre, paralyzed by terror so profound that he had lost control of his bladder and bowels. Shaw had testified against Lynch during a disciplinary hearing 6 months earlier, honest testimony about a theft that Lynch had committed. That honesty was about to cost him everything. Lynch approached slowly, savoring the moment, the bloody axe dragging behind him, leaving a trail like a painter's brush. Shaw whimpered, hands covering his face as if he could somehow make himself invisible. He muttered prayers in a broken voice, bargaining with a god who seemed very far away from this slaughterhouse. "I'm sorry," Shaw whispered. "Please, I'm sorry. I was just telling the truth. They made me testify." "The truth?" Lynch repeated, his voice flat, empty. "Everyone always says they're just telling the truth." The axe rose one final time. Shaw's screams were mercifully brief. Then guards were on Lynch, overwhelming him through sheer numbers, bearing him to the ground despite his frenzied resistance. It took 8 men to restrain him, and even then he nearly broke free twice, his strength fueled by something beyond human endurance. They bound him with chains, so many chains that he could barely move, and dragged him from the workshop that had become his killing ground. 12 men lay dead or dying. The workshop floor was covered in blood so thick that it pooled in depressions and ran in rivulets toward the drains. Body parts lay scattered among the lumber and tools. The walls were spattered with gore. The very air seemed heavy with death. John Lynch had carved his name into Australian history with an axe and the blood of 12 victims. The massacre had lasted less than 30 minutes from first strike to final capture. 30 minutes that transformed Lynch from violent criminal to legendary monster. 30 minutes that would echo through Australian criminal history for generations. As guards hauled him toward solitary confinement, Lynch looked back at the carnage he had created. His face, covered in drying blood, showed no remorse, no regret, no recognition of the enormity of what he had done. He smiled. It was the smile of a man who had finally paid his debts in full, who had answered every perceived slight with overwhelming violence, who had taken from the world everything it had denied him, including the lives of 12 men who would never see another dawn. The nightmare had reached its crescendo, but the horror was far from over. The silence that followed the massacre was somehow worse than the screaming that had preceded it. Berrima Jail, a place accustomed to violence and suffering, had never experienced anything like the scene in that workshop. Guards who had served in military campaigns, who had witnessed battlefield carnage and the aftermath of brutal conflicts, stood paralyzed by the sheer horror of what they were seeing. Several vomited, others wept. A few simply walked away, unable to process the nightmare before them. The dead lay in poses of final agony, bodies twisted, faces frozen in expressions of terror and pain, blood pooling and congealing on the stone floor. The smell was overwhelming, a mixture of blood, evacuated bowels, and the particular odor that massive trauma releases from human bodies. Flies had already begun to gather, drawn by the scent of death, their buzzing adding a surreal soundtrack to the grim scene. Superintendent John Lackey, a man whose 30-year career had hardened him to most forms of human suffering, stood at the workshop entrance and felt something inside him break. This wasn't the violence of a riot, where chaos and mob mentality could explain the carnage. This was something else entirely, calculated, personal, executed with a precision that suggested Lynch had visualized every moment before acting. The wounded cried out for help, but for some, assistance came too late. Prisoner William Blake, who had been eviscerated in Lynch's initial assault, had bled out despite the efforts of the prison doctor. His final words, whispered to the doctor trying desperately to save him, were, "His eyes! There was nothing in his eyes." Guard Richard Murphy, struck down while trying to stop the massacre, survived but lost so much blood that he would never fully recover. He resigned from prison service 3 months later, unable to sleep without seeing Lynch's blood-covered face in his nightmares, unable to enter enclosed spaces without feeling paralyzing panic. The bodies were removed with reverent care, carried on stretchers to the prison morgue where they were laid out for identification and eventual burial. Some were so mutilated that identification proved difficult, requiring family members to be brought in to confirm identities through clothing or personal effects rather than facial recognition. The axe had done its work with terrible thoroughness. Lynch himself was secured in the strongest isolation cell the prison possessed. Guards chained him to the wall with manacles around his wrists and ankles, the chains short enough that he could barely move. 2 armed guards stood watch at all times, their muskets loaded and ready. No one was taking any chances. The man who had killed 12 people in less than 30 minutes while already imprisoned was too dangerous to allow even a moment's relaxation of vigilance. In his cell, Lynch sat quietly, his face expressionless. The blood had been washed from his body, but his clothes remained stained crimson. No one wanted to get close enough to change them. He ate when food was brought, slept when exhaustion overcame him, and spoke not a single word to anyone. Guards reported that he showed no signs of remorse, no indication that he understood or cared about the magnitude of his crimes. News of the massacre spread through the colony with shocking speed. Within days, newspapers throughout New South Wales were running headlines screaming about the Berrima axe murderer and the workshop massacre. The coverage was sensational, graphic, and unsparing in its details. Artists created engravings depicting Lynch mid-slaughter, his axe raised high, bodies piled around him. Images that sold thousands of papers and horrified readers from Sydney to Melbourne. Public reaction was immediate and intense. Fear swept through the colony as people realized that even prison walls couldn't contain certain types of evil. If a man could kill 12 people inside a heavily guarded facility, what did that say about the safety of ordinary citizens? Protests erupted demanding stronger prison security, harsher punishments for violent criminals, and faster executions for murderers. The government, embarrassed by the security failure that had allowed the massacre, moved quickly to demonstrate control. Within a week of the killings, prosecutors had assembled their case and a trial date was set. The speed was unusual. Trials normally took months to prepare, but this was no normal case. The colony needed to see justice delivered swiftly and absolutely. Lynch's trial began on October 15, 1842, in the Supreme Court of New South Wales. The courtroom was packed beyond capacity, with hundreds more people crowding the streets outside, hoping for news or perhaps just to glimpse the monster who had committed such unthinkable acts. Security was unprecedented. Armed guards surrounded the dock where Lynch would stand, and sharpshooters were positioned on rooftops near the courthouse, ordered to shoot if Lynch showed any sign of attempting escape or violence. When Lynch was brought into the courtroom, A collective gasp rose from the spectators. He looked smaller somehow, diminished from the blood-soaked demon of the newspaper engravings. But his eyes, those eyes that William Blake had described with his dying breath, held something that made even hardened observers look away. They were empty, void of human emotion, windows into a soul that had been consumed by something dark and irredeemable. The presiding judge was Justice William Burton, known for his stern demeanor and unwavering commitment to law. He had sentenced many men to death during his career, but even he seemed shaken by the nature of this case. As he called the court to order, his voice was heavier than usual, weighted with the knowledge that the proceedings ahead would be among the darkest in the colony's history. The prosecution, led by Attorney General John Hubert Plunkett, laid out their case with methodical precision. They called 43 witnesses over 3 days of testimony: survivors of the massacre, guards who had responded to the alarm, the prison doctor who had treated the wounded and examined the dead, even prisoners who had known Lynch before the killings and could testify to his violent nature and threats. Each testimony added another layer of horror to the narrative. Guard Samuel Jenkins's widow testified through tears about her husband's final morning, how he had kissed their 3 children before leaving for work, promising to bring home sweets that evening. Those sweets remained in his pocket, blood-soaked, when his body was returned to her. The prison doctor, Dr. Thomas Mitchell, provided clinical descriptions of the wounds that somehow made them even more horrifying. He described how Lynch's blows had been delivered with such force that skulls had been cleaved completely through, how bones had been shattered into dozens of fragments, how some victims had suffered multiple strikes when a single blow would have been instantly fatal. The implication was clear. Lynch hadn't just killed, he had brutalized, had continued striking his victims long after they were dead, driven by rage that exceeded any normal human emotion. Prisoner James Hartley, who had witnessed much of the massacre while hiding in the rafters of the workshop, provided the most chilling testimony. He described Lynch's face during the killings, not twisted with rage or madness, but calm, almost peaceful. He looked like he was finally content, Hartley testified, his voice barely above a whisper, like everything in his life had been leading to that moment, and he was exactly where he was meant to be. The prosecution introduced the murder weapon as evidence, the axe that Lynch had wielded with such deadly effect. It had been cleaned, but traces of blood remained in the grain of the wooden handle and the socket where the blade met the wood. The jurors stared at it with horrified fascination. This simple tool transformed into an instrument of unimaginable carnage. Physical evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution presented detailed diagrams of the workshop showing where each body had fallen, bloodstain patterns that demonstrated the sequence of attacks, and testimony from expert witnesses who confirmed that all 12 deaths were homicides caused by axe wounds. They presented Lynch's prison record, documenting his violent history, his threats against specific victims, his calculated acquisition of access to the murder weapon. The defense faced an impossible task. Lynch's attorney, a young barrister named Edmund Barton, who had been assigned the case by the court, had no credible argument to make. The evidence was irrefutable, the witnesses credible and numerous, the crime witnessed by dozens of people. Barton couldn't claim mistaken identity. Lynch had been captured at the scene, covered in his victim's blood, still holding the axe. He couldn't claim accident. No one accidentally kills 12 men with an axe. He couldn't even claim temporary insanity with any real conviction. Lynch's methodical selection of victims and strategic positioning during the massacre demonstrated clear planning and rational thought. Instead, Barton attempted to paint a picture of a man broken by systemic cruelty, a victim of poverty and oppression who had finally snapped under the weight of injustice. He called witnesses who testified to the harsh conditions in Berrima Jail, to the brutality of guards, to the dehumanizing nature of the penal system. He argued that Lynch was a product of his environment, that society itself bore responsibility for creating the monster who had committed these crimes. It was a passionate defense, and in another case, with different circumstances, it might have generated sympathy. But not here, not after 12 men had been butchered, not when their widows and children sat in the courtroom, listening to someone try to excuse the inexcusable. The prosecution's rebuttal was devastating. Attorney General Plunkett stood before the jury and systematically dismantled every element of the defense. Yes, prison conditions were harsh, but thousands of men endured those same conditions without committing mass murder. Yes, Lynch had suffered injustices, but so had every other prisoner in the colony, and they hadn't responded by splitting skulls with axes. Yes, society bore some responsibility for the circumstances that shaped criminals, but individual accountability could not be erased by environmental factors. "Gentlemen of the jury," Plunkett said, his voice ringing through the silent courtroom, "you are being asked to believe that John Lynch is a victim. Look at the evidence before you. Look at the photographs of the crime scene. Look at the weapons. Look at the widows and orphans in this courtroom. Then ask yourselves, who are the real victims here? The man who planned and executed a massacre with cold calculation, who showed no mercy to men who begged for their lives, who continued striking corpses long after death had claimed them, or the 12 innocent men who died screaming, whose only crime was being in the wrong place when a monster decided to settle his grievances." The prosecution presented testimony about each victim, not as statistics, but as human beings with families, dreams, and futures that Lynch had stolen. Guard Thomas Woolwright, 24 years old, engaged to be married the following month. Prisoner William Blake, serving the final year of his sentence for a minor theft, days away from freedom. James Mulligan, a father of 5 who sent every penny he could spare back to his starving family in Ireland. David Sinclair, Lynch's own cellmate, who had befriended the killer and tried to reason with him even as the axe fell. Each story was a hammer blow, driving home the human cost of Lynch's actions. The jury listened with expressions that grew harder, more resolved, with each victim eulogized. Throughout the trial, Lynch sat motionless in the dock, his face betraying no emotion. He didn't react to testimony, didn't respond to his lawyer's defense, didn't acknowledge the victims' families when they wept. Court observers noted that he seemed less like a man on trial for his life and more like a spectator watching a play that didn't concern him. The only time he showed any animation was when the murder weapon was displayed. Then, for just a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Recognition? Pride? Satisfaction? No one could say for certain, but it was deeply unsettling. The defense made one final, desperate attempt to save Lynch's life. Barton called a physician, Dr. Henry Grattan Douglas, who testified that he had examined Lynch and found evidence of mental deficiency. Lynch, according to Douglas, showed signs of moral insanity, a Victorian-era diagnosis that suggested inability to feel normal human emotions or distinguish right from wrong. The doctor argued that Lynch should be confined to an asylum rather than executed, as he was essentially a broken machine rather than an evil man. The prosecution destroyed this argument through cross-examination. If Lynch couldn't distinguish right from wrong, how did he know to hide his plans? Why did he wait for a moment when he would have maximum opportunity and minimum interference? Why did he specifically target men who had, in his view, wronged him rather than killing randomly? The evidence of premeditation was overwhelming and directly contradicted any claim of insanity. Judge Burton's instructions to the jury were clear and unambiguous. He explained the legal definition of murder, the concept of premeditation, and the standards for determining guilt. He emphasized that the jury must base their decision solely on evidence, not emotion, but he also made clear that the evidence in this case was as overwhelming as any he had seen in 3 decades on the bench. If you find that the prosecution has proven beyond reasonable doubt that John Lynch willfully, deliberately, and with malice aforethought caused the deaths of 12 men, then your duty is clear, Burton said. The law provides only one punishment for such crimes. You must not shirk from that duty, no matter how grave its consequences. The jury deliberated for less than 30 minutes. When they returned, their foreman, a merchant named Robert Crawford, stood with a paper that trembled slightly in his hands. The courtroom fell absolutely silent, every person holding their breath. On the charge of murder in the death of guard Thomas Woolwright, how do you find? Guilty. On the charge of murder in the death of guard Samuel Jenkins, how do you find? Guilty. The litany continued, 12 counts, 12 guilty verdicts, each one pronounced with increasing firmness as if the jury was reassuring themselves of the rightness of their decision. When the final verdict was read, a collective exhalation swept through the courtroom, followed by scattered applause that Judge Burton quickly silenced with his gavel. Lynch's expression never changed. Guilty on all counts, facing certain death, and he might as well have been watching clouds pass overhead for all the concern he showed. Judge Burton ordered a brief recess before sentencing, needing time to compose himself for what came next. When court reconvened, his face was grave, aged by the weight of what he was about to pronounce. John Lynch, you have been found guilty by a jury of your peers of 12 counts of willful murder. The evidence against you was overwhelming and irrefutable. You have shown no remorse, no regret, no recognition of the enormity of your crimes. You have forfeited your right to live among civilized people through actions so savage, so brutal, so utterly devoid of humanity that they shock the conscience of this court and this colony. Burton paused, gathering himself. Lynch stared at him with those empty eyes, waiting. It is therefore the judgment of this court that you be taken from this place to a place of confinement, and from there to a place of execution, where you will be hanged by the neck until you are dead. May God have mercy on your soul, for this court has none to offer. The courtroom erupted. Some spectators cheered, others wept, still others sat in stunned silence as the reality of the death sentence settled over them. Lynch was hauled to his feet by guards and led toward the door that would take him back to prison and eventually to the gallows. As he passed through the courtroom, Lynch's eyes swept across the crowd. For just a moment, they locked onto the face of Sarah Jenkins, widow of one of the guards he had murdered. She stared back at him, her face a mask of grief and rage, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lynch smiled at her, a small, cold smile that sent ice through everyone who witnessed it. Then he was gone, disappeared through the door, taking his secrets and his emptiness back to the cell that would be his home until death claimed him. The trial had lasted 3 days. The verdict was never in doubt. Justice, such as it was, had been served, but no verdict, no sentence, could undo what had been done. 12 men remained dead. Their families remained broken, and John Lynch, the Berrima axe murderer, had achieved a kind of immortality through sheer, unthinkable evil. The colony could execute him, but it could never erase what he had done. The blood had soaked too deeply into the stones of Berrima Jail, into the history of Australia, into the nightmares of everyone who had witnessed or heard about the massacre. As night fell on the day of sentencing, guards returned Lynch to his isolation cell. They chained him again, securing him to the wall with iron that bit into his wrists and ankles. A priest came to offer spiritual counsel, but Lynch refused to speak with him. Food was brought, but Lynch barely touched it. He sat in the darkness, alone with his thoughts, waiting for the morning when they would come to take him to the gallows, waiting for the final chapter of his nightmare to unfold. But even death, when it came, would not end the horror of John Lynch. His name would live on, whispered in darkness, invoked to frighten children, remembered as a warning about the depths of evil that can lurk within the human heart. The Berrima axe murderer had finished his work. Now all that remained was for the hangman to finish his. The condemned cell in Berrima Jail was a place designed to strip away the last vestiges of hope. Located in the oldest section of the prison, its walls were thick sandstone that seemed to absorb sound and light, creating an atmosphere of suffocating oppression. A single barred window high on one wall allowed in a shaft of sunlight for perhaps 2 hours each day. The rest of the time, the cell existed in twilight gloom that matched the fate awaiting its occupant. John Lynch spent his final weeks in that cell, counting down days he would never see. The execution date was set for November 22, 1842, exactly 2 months after the massacre that had claimed 12 lives. The timing was deliberate, long enough to ensure proper legal process, swift enough to satisfy public demand for immediate justice. The colonial government wanted this matter closed, this monster buried and forgotten as quickly as possible. But forgetting would prove impossible. Lynch's behavior during his final imprisonment became a subject of intense fascination for guards, prison officials, and the few visitors granted access to him. Most condemned men, facing the certainty of death, went through predictable stages, denial, bargaining, rage, despair, and occasionally acceptance. Lynch went through none of these. He remained as he had been during the trial, calm, emotionless, seemingly disconnected from the reality of his situation. Father Patrick Morrissey, the prison chaplain, visited Lynch daily in a desperate attempt to save the condemned man's soul. Morrissey was a dedicated priest who believed absolutely in the possibility of redemption, that even the worst sinner could find grace through genuine repentance. He had ministered to hundreds of prisoners during his tenure, witnessed countless deathbed conversions, and believed firmly that every human soul was worth fighting for. Lynch broke him. "Do you understand what awaits you?" Morrissey asked during one of their early sessions, his rosary beads clicking softly in his hands. "In less than a month, you will stand before God and account for every life you took, every drop of blood you spilled. Do you feel no remorse? No desire to seek forgiveness?" Lynch regarded him with those empty eyes. When he finally spoke, his voice was as flat and emotionless as his expression. "I feel nothing, Father. Not remorse, not fear, not even anger anymore. I did what needed doing. I settled my accounts. If your God wants to judge me for that, let him. I'll tell him the same thing I'm telling you. They all deserved it. No one deserves to be murdered," Morrissey replied, struggling to keep his voice level. Thomas Woolwright was engaged to be married. Samuel Jenkins had 3 children who cry themselves to sleep every night wondering why their father isn't coming home. James Mulligan was weeks away from finishing his sentence and reuniting with his family. "How did they deserve what you did to them? Woolwright struck me once when I moved too slowly. Jenkins looked at me like I was dirt beneath his boots. Mulligan stole my food ration and laughed about it." Lynch recited these grievances in the same tone someone might use to read a shopping list. "Every man I killed wronged me in some way. I gave them what they earned. You gave them death for petty slights." Morrissey's composure cracked, his voice rising. "You butchered them like animals over insults and minor offenses that any reasonable man would have forgotten. That isn't justice. It's madness, evil. Sin so profound I can barely comprehend it." Lynch smiled slightly. "Then don't try to comprehend it, Father. Just leave me be. Your prayers and your God mean nothing to me." Morrissey persisted, returning day after day, but Lynch never wavered. The priest eventually left one of their sessions in tears, telling the prison superintendent that he had encountered true evil, something irredeemable and unreachable by any human appeal. He continued his visits out of duty, but the hope had gone out of him. Other visitors came as well, though Lynch refused most of them. Journalists wanted interviews, offering money that Lynch couldn't use for accounts that he wouldn't give. Criminal anthropologists wanted to examine him, to measure his skull and catalog his features in search of physical signs of his moral deficiency. Lynch denied them all with the same flat refusal. The only visitor he accepted was his sister, Margaret Lynch, who had immigrated to Australia 2 years after her brother and had been living in Sydney when news of the massacre reached her. She came to the prison in early November, a small woman worn down by hard colonial life, her face lined with premature age and eyes red from constant weeping. Their meeting was brief and devastating. Margaret begged her brother to explain himself, to help her understand how the boy she had grown up with had become the monster on trial for mass murder. Lynch offered no comfort, no explanation that would ease her torment. "We were poor, Margaret. We starved while others feasted. We were beaten down while others rose up. I decided to take what I was owed. That's all. There's nothing more complicated about it than that. But John, those men, they didn't make us poor. They didn't cause our suffering. They were just other prisoners, other victims of the same system. How could killing them balance anything?" Lynch looked at his sister with something approaching pity. "You never understood, did you? It was never about balancing anything. It was about making them feel what we felt. Fear, pain, helplessness. For 30 minutes, they knew what it was like to be us. And then they died knowing it." Margaret left sobbing, and guards reported that Lynch showed no emotion at her departure. She would spend the rest of her life trying to distance herself from her brother's crimes, changing her name, moving to a remote settlement, living with the shame of being related to the Berrima axe murderer. As the execution date approached, construction began on the gallows in Berrima Jail's central yard. The scaffold was built to unusually robust specifications. The authorities wanted no risk of mechanical failure that might turn the execution into a spectacle or allow Lynch any escape from his fate. The platform was 12 feet high, the trapdoor reinforced with iron, the rope tested with weights exceeding Lynch's body mass to ensure a quick, clean break. Public interest in the execution reached fever pitch. Hundreds of people applied for permission to witness the hanging, far more than could be accommodated in the prison yard. The colonial government, eager to demonstrate that justice was being served while also preventing a carnival atmosphere, decided to limit attendance to prison officials, selected government representatives, and representatives from the victims' families. Among those who had witnessed Lynch's death were Sarah Jenkins, widow of the murdered guard, and Thomas Mulligan's eldest son, a boy of 16 who had begged authorities to let him see his father's killer hang. Also present would be several survivors of the massacre, men who had hidden or escaped during those horrific 30 minutes and who now wanted to see the nightmare ended definitively. The night before his execution, Lynch was moved to a cell adjacent to the gallows yard. Prison tradition held that condemned men should spend their final hours in prayer and contemplation, but Lynch spent his reading, not the Bible that Father Morrissey had left for him, but a book of military history that detailed famous battles. When guards checked on him at midnight, he was calm, reading by candlelight as if he had another 50 years ahead of him rather than 8 hours. At dawn on November 22, 1842, the execution protocol began. Lynch was awakened, given a final meal that he barely touched, porridge, bread, weak tea, and allowed to wash and dress in clean clothes. A doctor examined him, confirming he was fit for execution, a dark irony that was not lost on anyone present. Father Morrissey made one final attempt at Lynch's soul. "John, in a few minutes you will die. This is your last chance to make peace with God, to confess your sins and seek forgiveness. Please, I'm begging you, don't go to your death unrepentant." Lynch looked at the priest with what might have been genuine curiosity. "Tell me, Father, if I say I'm sorry, if I confess and repent, does that mean I go to heaven? Does that mean I get salvation?" Morrissey's face lit up with desperate hope. "Yes, yes, through Christ's sacrifice, all sins can be forgiven if the repentance is genuine. It's not too late, John. It's never too late." "Then your religion is garbage," Lynch interrupted, his voice cold. "If I can butcher 12 men and get into heaven just by saying sorry at the last minute, then heaven must be filled with monsters like me. I want no part of it." The hope died in Morrissey's eyes, replaced by a profound sadness that seemed to age him decades in seconds. He made the sign of the cross over Lynch and turned away, unable to witness any more of the condemned man's spiritual death. At precisely 8 o'clock, as sunlight began to creep across the prison yard, the door to Lynch's cell opened. The executioner, a hooded figure whose identity was kept secret for his own protection, entered along with the prison superintendent and 4 guards. They bound Lynch's hands behind his back with leather straps, then led him out into the yard where the gallows waited like a dark monument to justice. Perhaps 200 people stood in attendance, crowded into every available space. A hushed murmur rippled through them as Lynch emerged, climbing the gallows steps with steady steps and no sign of fear. He stood on the trapdoor, looking out at the assembled witnesses, and for a moment it seemed he might speak, might offer some final statement or explanation. Instead, he smiled, that same cold, empty smile that had horrified the courtroom, that had frozen the blood of everyone who witnessed it. The executioner placed the noose around Lynch's neck, tightening it carefully, positioning the knot behind his left ear where it would provide maximum force to snap the cervical vertebrae. A black hood was produced to cover Lynch's face. Tradition demanded this, sparing witnesses from seeing the condemned man's final expressions. But Lynch shook his head, refusing it. "Let them see," he said, his first words since leaving his cell. "Let them see what they've made." Superintendent Lackey, overseeing the execution, nodded to the executioner. No final speech, no last-minute reprieve. Just the grim machinery of justice grinding toward its inevitable conclusion. The executioner pulled the lever. The trapdoor fell away with a sharp crack. Lynch dropped through the opening, the rope snapping taut with brutal finality. Medical science of the era claimed that death by hanging was instantaneous, the broken neck causing immediate cessation of brain function. The truth was more complicated and more disturbing. Lynch's body jerked violently as the rope took his weight, his neck visibly elongating from the force. His legs kicked spasmodically, heels drumming against the air in a reflexive dance of death that would continue for several minutes. Witnesses reported that Lynch's eyes remained open, staring outward with that same empty expression as his life drained away. His face darkened as blood pooled in his head, his tongue protruding grotesquely. The kicking gradually slowed, became more sporadic, then finally stopped. Still, the body swung gently in the morning breeze, rotating slowly on the rope's axis. The prison doctor approached after 10 minutes, climbing a ladder to check for vital signs. He placed his stethoscope against Lynch's chest, listening for several moments before nodding to the superintendent. John Lynch, the Berrima axe murderer, was dead. The body was left hanging for a full hour, partly to ensure death was complete, partly to send a message to the colony that such crimes would be punished with absolute finality. Then it was cut down, placed in a simple pine coffin, and buried in unconsecrated ground in a corner of the prison cemetery. No marker was placed, no service performed. Lynch had died unrepentant, and both church and state wanted to erase his memory as thoroughly as possible. But memory is not so easily controlled. Within weeks, stories began circulating about Lynch's ghost haunting Berrima jail. Guards reported hearing the sound of an axe striking wood late at night when no one was working. Prisoners claimed to see a shadowy figure in the workshop where the massacre had occurred, moving with purposeful strides, always carrying something that gleamed in the darkness. Bloodstains that had been scrubbed away reappeared on the workshop floor, defying all attempts to remove them permanently. These ghost stories, while almost certainly the product of traumatized minds and superstitious fears, served a purpose. They kept Lynch's memory alive, transforming him from historical monster into cautionary legend. Parents warned children to behave or Lynch's ghost would come for them. Prison officials pointed to his crimes as evidence that some criminals were beyond redemption and deserved only the harshest punishment. The massacre became a touchstone in debates about prison reform, capital punishment, and the nature of evil itself. The victims, meanwhile, faded into relative obscurity. History remembered the killer but forgot most of the killed. Their graves were maintained for a time. Their widows received modest pensions. Their children grew up carrying the legacy of trauma but little public recognition. This is the tragedy of such crimes. The perpetrator achieves a kind of dark fame while the victims become statistics, footnotes in someone else's horror story. But some did remember. Sarah Jenkins never remarried, spending her life in widow's black, visiting her husband's grave every Sunday until her own death 40 years later. Thomas Mulligan's children maintained their father's memory, telling their grandchildren about a good man who made one mistake and paid for it with his life. The survivors of the massacre carried their scars, both physical and psychological, sharing their stories quietly with those who would listen, ensuring that the human cost of Lynch's actions wasn't entirely lost to history. Berrima Jail continued operating until 1909, when changing penal philosophies and the development of larger, more modern prisons rendered it obsolete. The workshop where Lynch committed his massacre was eventually demolished, but the stones that built it were incorporated into other structures, carrying with them the dark history they had witnessed. The gallows where Lynch died was dismantled, its wood burned, but its location in the prison yard was marked for decades by a patch of ground where nothing would grow. Whether due to soil contamination or something more supernatural, no one could say. In the century and a half since Lynch's death, countless historians, criminologists, and psychologists have attempted to explain him. Some argue he was a psychopath, lacking the neurological capacity for empathy or remorse. Others suggest he was a product of trauma and brutalization, his crimes the inevitable result of systemic cruelty. Still others propose that he represents something more fundamental, the capacity for evil that exists within human nature, waiting for the right circumstances to emerge. The truth is probably more mundane and more disturbing than any of these explanations. John Lynch was a man who suffered genuine hardships and injustices, but who responded to them not with resilience or determination to improve his circumstances, but with rage and an insatiable hunger for revenge. He nursed grievances until they consumed him, dehumanized those who wronged him until killing them seemed not just justified but necessary, and ultimately convinced himself that mass murder was an appropriate response to petty slights. In this, he was not unique. History is littered with men like Lynch, individuals who transform personal suffering into justification for inflicting suffering on others, who mistake revenge for justice, who convince themselves that their pain gives them license to create pain. The specific circumstances change, the weapons evolve, the body counts vary, but the underlying psychology remains depressingly consistent. What makes Lynch notable is not that he was unique, but that he was successful. 12 men died because one man decided his grievances justified murder. 12 families were destroyed because one man chose violence over any of the thousands of other choices available to him. And a nation was forced to confront the uncomfortable reality that some people, when given the opportunity, will choose evil. Today, Berrima stands as a preserved historical site, its sandstone walls and iron gates drawing tourists interested in Australian colonial history. The old jail offers tours, with guides recounting various stories from its operational years. Lynch's massacre inevitably features prominently, told with appropriate horror and historical context. Visitors stand in the workshop, rebuilt after its demolition, and try to imagine the carnage that unfolded there. They see the spot where the gallows stood and picture Lynch's final moments. But these are just echoes, sanitized versions of events too horrible to fully convey. The real horror of John Lynch isn't found in historical sites or museum exhibits. It's found in the uncomfortable questions his story forces us to confront. How many Lynches exist in our society right now, nursing their grievances, waiting for opportunity? What transforms ordinary human suffering into murderous rage? And most disturbingly, under the right circumstances, with enough pressure, enough pain, enough rage, could any of us become what Lynch became? We want to believe the answer is no, that there's a clear line dividing normal people from monsters, that we could never do what Lynch did. But history suggests otherwise. Given the right combination of circumstances, childhood trauma, systemic injustice, personal humiliation, access to weapons, and the critical absence of empathy, human beings are capable of extraordinary evil. John Lynch was a monster, but he was a human monster. He wasn't possessed by demons or driven mad by supernatural forces. He was a man who made choices, terrible choices, culminating in one morning of slaughter that ended 12 lives and damaged countless others. He represents not an aberration but a possibility, a dark potential that exists within the human psyche and requires constant vigilance to contain. As night falls over the old prison yard in Berrima, as shadows lengthen and the sandstone walls take on an ominous quality in the fading light, it's easy to imagine ghosts walking these grounds. The ghost of John Lynch, still carrying his axe, still nursing his rage. The ghosts of his victims, crying out for a justice that execution couldn't fully provide. The ghosts of all the lives destroyed by one man's choice to answer suffering with slaughter. But the most haunting presence isn't supernatural. It's the knowledge that somewhere, right now, another potential John Lynch is forming. Someone is being shaped by circumstance and choice into something dangerous. And the only question is whether society will recognize the warning signs in time, whether intervention can prevent tragedy, or whether history will repeat itself in new and terrible ways. The Berrima axe murderer story ended on the gallows in 1842. But the legacy of his crimes, the questions they raise, the horrors they represent, the warning they provide, continues to echo through time, reminding us that evil is not something external to humanity, but something we must constantly guard against within ourselves and our societies. 12 men died so that lesson could be written in blood. The least we can do is remember them, learn from their deaths, and work to ensure that no one else has to pay such a terrible price for one person's choice to embrace evil. The axe has long since rusted away. The blood has faded from the stones. The bodies have returned to dust. But the story remains, a dark chapter in Australian history that refuses to be forgotten, demanding that each generation confront the uncomfortable truths it represents about human nature, justice, and the thin line that separates civilization from savagery. John Lynch died unrepentant, taking his secrets and his emptiness into whatever awaits beyond death. But his crimes remain, carved into history as deeply as his acts carved into his victims, a permanent reminder of humanity's capacity for calculated, deliberate evil. May we never forget, and may we never stop fighting to ensure such horrors are never repeated. Thank you for watching and being part of this dive into the dark and fascinating stories that keep us all on edge. If you enjoyed the ride, remember to like, subscribe, and share with others who crave a good mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I love knowing where in the world our true crime family is tuning in. Your presence means a lot. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the shadows where truth and mystery meet.